p.m. On behalf of the Princeton ISD Board and our Superintendent, Donald McIntyre, I would like to welcome you all. The subjects to be discussed or considered upon which any formal action may be taken are listed on the agenda posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Items do not have to be taken in the same order as shown in the meeting notice. Unless removed from the consent agenda, items identified within the consent agenda will be acted at one time. We will now move to agenda number 2. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Campbell, would you lead us with an invocation, please?
Let us pray. Oh, dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you now for this time, dear Lord, that we get this opportunity, dear Lord, to come before you now, Lord, and bring forth the business of this community and district-wide. And so we pray now, dear Lord, you would just guide us and lead us in all that we do. Help us to do all things in decent and in order. And these things we ask now in your name. Amen.
Amen. Move on to public comments. Any person wishing to address the board during this period reserved for public comments at the board meeting must sign up to be heard. In accordance with district's policy BED local, the board is authorized to make reasonable limitations and regulations governing public comment. As such, the board will allow 3 minutes for all speakers if there is less than 10 speakers. If the number of participants exceeds 10 speakers, then each participant will receive 2 minutes to speak. The board will discuss agenda items later in the meeting during consideration. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest possible administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal to the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. For further information on those policies, contact the administration's office at 469-952-5400 or our website, www.princetonisd.net. We have Ms. Kanisha Redamir.
Kanisha Redeemer. Concerned citizens speaking to agenda item number 8, set for executive session. A tribe agreement is a set of core guidelines, social norms implemented to create a safe and collaborative community. These agreements are used to encourage positive interactions, teamwork, teach conflict resolution, and build trust in the learning environment. The board set goals for the 25-26 school year that I will refer to as your tribe agreement to the families of this district. The Princeton district agreed to provide a child-centered campus that encourages all students to experience success by way of security protocols, practice a discipline plan that changes behavior, and promote mental, physical, and emotional health. I'm here today because in May of 2026, the leadership at Clark Middle School did not uphold their share of the agreement. You being the leaders of the Princeton ISD tribe, I am requesting that you consider, in order to build trust with all parties involved so that all students experience success, when speaking to the agenda item number 8, was protocol followed, was a proper investigation conducted, and was discipline fairly distributed based on witness statements and video footage at Clark Middle? Ask, will the discipline plan followed by Clark Middle change student behavior for all parties or just one, and also take into account has the mental, physical, and emotional health of all parties involved being taken into consideration when the student that initiated the assault with bodily harm is not the student that was criminalized, placed in handcuffs, in front of peers, taken to a youth facility without proper parent notification. I can say one student has been traumatized, left pondering his actions, questioning how he is the only one being penalized, and why did school leadership change their story or their narrative when speaking with the parent. A vital piece of a tribe agreement is how to make it right. When goals and expectations aren't met, dialogue occurs how to make matters right. Your parents and your students are listening. They are watching. If procedures were misunderstood or simply not followed, if an investigation was not thorough, then the case needs to be revisited. It is okay to admit a mistake was made at Clark Middle, but restitution has to take place. This is an opportunity for the trustees to uphold their tribe agreement and invoke their fiduciary responsibility to all students of Princeton ISD. How are you going to make the actions of leadership at Clark Middle School right? Thank you for your time and consideration on action item number 8 on your agenda with Ms. Maddox. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Redeemer. We'll move on to item number 5, information items and reports, construction update.
Good evening, Colin Barnes here with Claycomb Associates Architects with the construction update for July of '26. Looking just at Abbott and Tally this month, as Bonchbach and Carroll have been transferred over and are looking good for teachers moving in and starting school there next month. For Abbott, here is a overall site update photo. And then going into some closer ups with the update, framing and sheathing has begun in Area C, which is the cafeteria area. Roof and floor decking install is in progress along Area C and A. And then structural steel will begin in Area B soon, which is the last area that will have structural steel started for this campus. Then over to Tally, again, an overall site view here. And then it is also having framing and sheathing beginning in the cafeteria area. Waterproofing and brick ties are following closely behind that. And it is a little bit further ahead with its structural steel being up in Area B. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Move on to item 5.2, curriculum update.
Mr. Heckman?
Good evening. I'm here tonight to talk to you guys about an award we received for the electrical engineering technology program of study that we started last year from Collin College. It is the special recognition for innovation in dual credit. I'll let you guys look at this.
He didn't say he could touch it.
But Mr. McIntyre wanted me to talk tonight a little bit about what that program is, since it's not one of a kind, but there's only about 5 or 6 districts in North Texas that have this program. So to meet industry demand and student interest, we started the EET program last school year in a dual credit partnership with Collin College. Like I said, there's only between 5 or 6 districts in all of North Texas that have this program. We are the only, there's 2 partnerships that Collin is currently doing, and we're one of them. The program emphasizes the application of mathematical theorems and applied physics in the design and analysis of electronic circuits. So what that means is they prepare students to install, operate, troubleshoot, repair, and maintain electronic and automated systems used in manufacturing, healthcare, communications, transportation, and other industries. So anything that has a circuit board, they're able to work on. So these graduates will be qualified to work in semiconductor and chip manufacturing plants, automated factories, build, test, and repair electronic components within aerospace, electric vehicles, power systems and data centers, robotics, and artificial intelligence. The estimated demand in North Texas over the next 5 years is 25 to 30,000 jobs. This first year that we had this program, we had 10 students complete the program, and already enrolled for this school year, there's 25 students. So it's growing rapidly. And after this year, we're looking to expand to bring the program to start junior year so students can fully complete the program while they're in high school, which will qualify them to work at Raytheon, TI, any number of chip manufacturers, L3, which there's a high demand here in North Texas for those students.
Amazing.
All right.
Good job. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Made a real crystal. We'll go on to 521 map scores.
Okay, good evening, everybody. So I'm going to start off with our unofficial student achievement results. Emphasis on the unofficial, and so what that means is that we do have a raw look at where our students are at currently, but this does not include some rescores that have happened with ECR, as well as our 5th and 8th grade science, which those we're going to touch on those at the end of this, but we will have all those results final from the state near the end of this month, and then we will present those final numbers to you in August. So before we get started, I do want to just give the board a little bit of an overview of the accountability system and how that works in the state of Texas. And so you'll notice 2 of the charts up here. A majority of our students live in that elementary and middle school chart, including Lovelady High School. Princeton Senior High School is the only one that lives down in the high school chart with CCMR. And so tonight, what we're going to be looking at in our unofficial scores is just that blue box, which is domain 1, and that's student achievement. What you won't see tonight and until the final presentation are domains 2A or 2B, and what that is student growth. And so you will see those, like I said, whenever we come back in August. But just so you know, I would say a very large majority of our campuses historically, our highest scores come in domain 2A, which is that green box, and that is student growth. And so the best of either the blue, green, or orange box is what is worth 70% of your campus accountability score. And so again, tonight, all you're gonna see is just that student achievement. How did they do in approaches, meets, and masters? And so just kind of keeping that in mind, because there are different layers to that accountability system. All right, moving into a look at how we did in approaches, meets, and masters. So you'll notice the color coding system, that's going to stay the same throughout this presentation. And so Princeton ISD is going to remain in the blue. Region 10 is going to be in orange, and the state is going to be in gray. And so when you take a look at just our comparative, summative comparison, this is all tests 3rd grade through high school for STAR and EOC. You can see that Princeton ISD is just slightly below in approaches, meets, and masters of the region and of the state in Domain 1. And so what we're going to look at on the next few slides is going to be broken up by grade level. We're going to start with elementary, and then Dr. Grubbs is going to come in and let you look at middle school and high school. Mr. McIntyre did express to us that you guys did want a little bit more of a breakdown by campus level, and so we have provided you those in a handout that are at your desk. And so if you have questions after tonight, we're happy to answer those, but we still have it by grade level up here. We also included the master's portion, which some of you asked for, and so some of those charts may look a little small when we get there, but we wanted to include some extra information that you asked for, so you do have that on paper and on these slides. Okay, so moving into elementary reading. And so in each of these slides, we want to be able to talk to you about 2 areas that we're really looking for that we want to make growth areas for this next year, and then some places that we're proud of as well. And so if you will notice, you have 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade that go across, and then as you go down the screen, you have their unofficial scores in the approaches category, meets category, and masters category. And so 2 areas that we are making a focus for this next year is really going to be looking at 3rd and 4th grade reading, because we did see declines in that approaches and meets area. The state also saw declines, but we want to try to be closing that gap and not declining. And so those are going to be 2 focus areas for this next year. What we do want to point out is that we did see some increases for 5th grade in our approaches, some consistency in meets, and then also increases in our 5th grade masters compared to last year. Ice cream? Right.
Out of somebody's phone.
So something that, as we were looking at that we did want to share with you guys that we did think was really interesting, we found that it was very interesting. As we talked to you guys a lot about us being a fast growth district and how there are absolute advantages of that for us, but there's also challenges that come with that. And so we did pull this study, and what it shows for us, if you notice it for 4th grade RLA and 5th grade RLA, the column that is in the blue, those are students that we just got that just started at Princeton ISD in 4th grade this last school year, in the 25-26 school year. The bar in orange are students that have been in Princeton ISD for at least 1 year or more. And so what you can see there are the levels of approaches, meets, and masters. Our students that we have had for at least 1 year or more are outperforming those brand new students significantly in approaches, meets, and masters. And so what that shows is that when you bring your students to Princeton ISD, if they're with us for a year, we are growing those students. And that's where we talked about in that domain 2A for student growth. That is why historically our scores are so much higher. And so that does answer a little bit of our gap in where we see some drops, because on average at each grade level, we have about 25% of students that are brand new and this is their first year in the district. And so when you see averaging some of those scores together, that's going to make that overall grade level average drop down.
Ms. Nix, based off of what you have here, because I'm going to be honest, seeing this, the first thing I thought was, my goodness. In looking at what you're sharing from the difference between what it is if a student has been with us versus them being with us, how does the number compare to what it is like for the state and for Region 10, even if we're just looking at what's in orange here for those that have been here at least a year?
Gotcha.
Are we still under that?
So if I look at this chart, so 4th grade RLA for this state, we are still under at approaches, but we are much closer at closing that gap. So the state was at 78% approaches. Those that have been here at least a year were at 74. So we're much closer than what the other one had been. Meets was at 53, we are at 47. State was at 24, we are at 18. So we are still under, and we definitely know that there are gaps that we still need to fill. What we see from this is that we know that we're growing kids in that year. What we want to be able to do is that the students that we are getting, and it's their very first year in Princeton ISD, we want to be able to use MAP and all of our other resources to be able to close their gap faster. And so that way, there's not as much of a disparity between students that have just gotten here and those that have been here a year. You know, what we're seeing is that we are growing them, but also students, especially those that are coming from out of state and it's brand new, we hold some really high expectations here in Princeton ISD, and that's great, and we're going to continue to hold those high expectations. And so it is a little bit of a shock for those students to come in and be like, oh wow, this is the level that I need to be at. And so we want to make sure that we're building a really strong Tier 1 curriculum, that we're giving our teachers the best research-based instructional strategies so that they can go and meet those students' needs that are brand new faster.
And what's that percentage? I'm just curious.
Of students that are new, on average, what we're seeing is that we have about 25% of students in a grade, for each grade level, that are brand new each year.
But you're saying even with that percentage, if we took those first-year kids, took them out of the equation, we would still be performing below the state?
In fourth grade RLA, when you look at those numbers.
Okay.
Because fifth grade RLA, if you look here and compare your state scores on the sheet that's in front of you, so approaches was at 79, those students would be at 80. So in fifth grade RLA, we would be above it approaches.
But just in fifth grade?
Well, you would have to go through every one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not something I have full.
Right.
So we also added our MAP growth into this, and so we know that this is something that you guys as a board have expressed is very important to you, that you feel it really shows a better picture of where those students are and how we're growing them each year. And so I have made that a big emphasis, as well as principals and teachers. They have put a very large emphasis on MAP, especially this being our second year, and really utilizing the reports that we get from it, knowing those students' gaps, and working individually on knowing students' name and their need so that we can grow them by the end of the year. And so when you look at elementary MAP for reading, this gives you each grade. In the blue is our first year of MAP, which is 24-25, and in the orange is this year, 25-26. So you will notice in 24-25, there were some decreases, but this year in every grade level, we had increases from beginning of the year to end of year test. And so when you look overall as a district in 24-25, we had 59% of our students, kindergarten through fifth grade, that met their end of year MAP goal. This year we increased that to 62% of our students that met their end of year goal. And so this is the same information that I provided to you guys last month. It was in a little bit more detail, but we took it and put it on a chart so it would be similar to what you're seeing with our STAR results. Okay, moving on to math. And so again, we're going to pick out areas in math. It is the same grade levels that we're focusing on. Although the state and region also saw declines, we saw declines in third grade as well. It stayed consistent in that master's area. Fourth grade, we also saw some declines. And so those are the two grade levels that we're really focusing in on, and being able to get into those classrooms, focus on observation and feedback, making sure our teachers are utilizing our curriculum and that it is aligned to the rigor of the state. Just like in RLA, we saw our fifth grade make major increases in many areas, and in the master's level, we are above the state at where our students finished in fifth grade math. They made some really great increases, and we had some campuses who made huge gains. To call out, I know Lacey had double-digit gains, Smith had double-digit gains. We had Harper who kept consistent, good, really great, strong performance. Godwin made great gains in fifth grade. And so that we saw across the district that we did a great job there. And so I want to make sure that we really shout out our campuses and our teachers for doing a strong job there. We showed you the same study here that we did for RLA. And so again, the blue bars are students who were just brand new last year. Orange is students that have been here for at least 1 year or more. And so again, you see a significant increase in students that have been here for at least 1 year compared to students that are brand new. There it goes. And then again, we're looking at MAP math. There were significant growth here. And again, this has been a huge focus for us, is really digging into MAP and utilizing it. And so you can see the blue is 24-25, the orange is 25-26. And so every grade level had a large increase from beginning to the end of the year. And then also something that I think is big to note, if you notice in, I think, all but 2 grade levels, they started at the same, but this year, most of our grade levels, our students are coming in, you can see, at a lower level than the previous year, but they are ending at a higher level, so they're making a significant amount of growth. And again, our students that met their goals K through 5 in 24-25 in math, 49% of our students met their MAP growth goal in math, and this year 73% of our students met their end of year growth goal.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I have the privilege of sharing with you our secondary data. When I talk about middle school reading, again, it's by grade level for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. You'll see approaches at the very top, meets will be in the middle, and masters in the bottom row. When we look at Princeton ISD, that's your blue trend line. The region is your orange trend line, and the state is your gray trend line. What I'd like to celebrate is the blue trend line for 7th grade reading masters performance. We're outperforming the state and the region. Even though there were declines at the state and the region, we were able to basically maintain our performance over last year. I'd also like to look at 8th grade in approaches, meets, and masters. We are either outperforming the state, or we're almost there in 8th grade meets. So we were able to close some of those gaps. The trend that you'll see in 6th grade is something that I've brought before you throughout this past school year, and that's that we struggle in 6th grade. And so you'll see that we're just below the region and the state. And that's really something that we recognized of our 6th graders struggling throughout the year. So we did make some curriculum adjustments in the fall semester to make sure that we could recover the learning for our 6th graders. And then in the spring semester, we did some intentional walks to find out the misalignment between what was happening in 5th grade and then what happens in 6th grade, and why in 5th grade we do okay, and then in 6th grade we struggle. And what we found was the level of inferencing skills that were taking place, as well as we needed to make the adjustment and kind of bridge that transitional gap between what it means to be an elementary student and what it means to be a middle school student, and the responsibilities that come with that. And so I'm really proud of the work. I'll give a shout out to our instructional coaches from last year, Christine Clark and Shane Williams, really dug into that 6th grade curriculum and made some adjustments there. When we look at middle school reading, Ms. Sharp did not compare it to the state. I only looked at Princeton, but that is something that we can go back and add for you. You'll see the same trend line, is that our students that have been here 1 or more years are outperforming our newcomers, which is students in their first year. And so we see that consistently in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. For middle school math, again, I have to remind myself of the colors when I look at these 9 graphs, the blue line is Princeton. And so immediately I see the celebrations in 7th and 8th grade math, and that we're outperforming the region in the state. That's been a consistent practice in 7th grade, a consistent practice in 8th grade. We struggle a little bit in the master's area, but we're able to maintain performance with the state and be just above the region. Again, we have the same work to do in 6th grade math. And so when walking the classrooms and looking at the disconnect is what it is between 5th grade and 6th grade, we noticed a lot of vocabulary change. So there's conversational vocabulary where we just have a conversation like we're sitting down having dinner together. And then there's also academic vocabulary. And so Hannah is our middle school instructional coach for math. When we watched, that was something that she picked up on immediately. And so those are some changes that we've made in curriculum to make it better this school year, to help support students to get some quick wins within that first 9 weeks.
If you went back and looked at the 6th grade classes and 5th grade and 4th grade, would you see the same kind of performance? Did you do that comparison where they struggled? It seems to me 4th grade, I remember that year being a real tough year a couple years back.
Well, I don't know the answer to your question, but we can find out.
Students? I'm just wondering if they're struggling through the whole, they'll keep struggling.
I would have to go back and look at that data.
So as 4th graders were our lowest scoring group in the district 2 years ago, correct?
So with that knowledge, obviously 7th grade is not going to be good next year. And, based upon if they keep that same, is there any way to?
Recover the learning?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So that's kind of my wheelhouse of recovering learning with students and setting teachers up for success. We have to be real intentional with the work that we're doing. And so one of the pieces that we can do is when we've double blocked at middle school, both reading and math, what we do in that second block of instructional time will be super critical to make sure that we know our students, right? I talk about name and need a lot, but really what it boils down to is what TEK do you need to master? What objective strategy do you need to master in order to be successful? And the reality is we're judged by our state assessment, whether we like it or not. And when we look at the questions that are taught, that are asked on that state assessment, some TEKs are more frequently asked than others. And so we can make sure that we're spiraling in what I call the high frequency TEKs, the ones that are going to be asked, so that we make sure that our students have those foundational TEKs.
We're not using MAP for this grade level. And so,
No, sir.
So I believe that we don't have all the tools that we could have if we had MAP in there, but do you feel like you've got the information that you need to?
Yes, sir. One of the things that we've put in place is our unit assessments. And so those are given every 2 or 3 weeks. It's like a check for understanding. Did you get it? You didn't get it. And so this year we focused in our planning sessions with teachers, what do we want kids to know and how are we going to know that they know it? This next year we'll be working on what are we doing if they get it, right, to improve our master scores, and what are we doing if they don't get it, so that we improve our approaches scores. I promise I'm clicking and it's not advancing. Thank you. I appreciate you having my back. We follow the same trend line here. And just an overall celebration is every grade level and every subject in Princeton has the students who have been here 1 or more years outperforming the students who it's their first year coming into Princeton. And so I think that's something to be recognized for our school district, and that to our community who's listening online, if you leave your students with us at least 2 years, we're going to get them where they need to be. So move to Princeton and then please stay. When we look at middle school social studies, I want to acknowledge the meets and masters level. Middle school social studies has been an area that we have struggled with over the past few years, as you see the approaches trend line trending down. But what you notice in meets and masters is that we flatlined in meets and stayed on par with the state. Even though we're underperforming, there's a gap with the region. And then as well, we're outperforming the state by one, under the region by one, and so we're hanging in there. And I'd like to recognize the work that I asked Brandon Barter to do this year. He's our middle school instructional coach. And I really asked him to focus on the meets and masters level of our curriculum and ensuring that we're using the academic vocabulary in our classrooms. And typically what we get in social studies is a lot of sit and get. And so really engaging our students in different activities so that students can be engaged in bringing social studies to life through storytelling and through active engagement in the classroom. But the reality is we only have 2 8th grade social studies teachers returning this next school year. And Brandon's gonna have to start over. And so, you know, there's the good, and then there's the, hey, we gotta work on this. And so with all of our middle school principals, we've really had some strategic staffing conversations to make sure we're hiring teachers who are willing to teach 8th grade social studies, but sometimes they get moved around because a lot of them are coaches. And congratulations to those that are now coaching varsity. I mean, that's the reality. And so I just point that out to say that he is doing good work. Let's talk about high school. High school English, you'll see the blue trend line and where we are. We're neck and neck with the region and the state. In some cases, we're a little bit above, and in some cases, we're a little bit below. But the reality is the work that we need to be doing in English is writing. And one of the things that I noticed in my walks with principals this past year and in my walks with Ms. Clark, who was our high school instructional coach, is that we weren't doing enough writing. And high school kids really don't want to write. And so that will be a focus this next year. If they do want to write, they want to do it with their thumbs, right, on a device. Because that's how they communicate with each other socially. And so we'll be focused a lot on writing and pencil and paper and bringing back a love of writing. And so that's a piece that will be focused on in both English 1 and English 2 and across all content areas. So high school Algebra 1, some of our students take Algebra 1 in 8th grade and some of them take Algebra 1 in 9th grade. And so this is a combination of both of those levels. Algebra 1 is a consistent subject area EOC that performs high. One of the pieces that we worked on this year was looking at the difference between conceptual and procedural. Those are the vocabulary words that we get to use now. Basically, that means, are we looking at how to multiply and knowing our multiplication, or are we working in real-world problem-solving situations, which is how it's tested. And so Megan Myers, our instructional coach in math, she did a great job bridging together the Algebra 1 team at both middle school and high school to make sure that our freshman students and our 8th grade students were really getting the same instruction. And I believe a shout out to our middle school math teacher was one of our Teacher of the Year.
Ms. Lawrence?
Mr. Liu.
Ms. Lewis, yeah.
Yes. For high school biology, they're another high-performing EOC. This is also our freshman class. So this year, I want to point out the biology master's trend line that's blue. You'll notice that we had significant increase this year, and that is because of explicit academic vocabulary teaching in biology.
I specifically remember one classroom, the vocabulary words were like hanging from the ceiling. And I was kind of worried about fire code. And then I was like, you know what? We're getting kids where they need to be. So use your fishing line and thanks for hanging the words. But students were using those, and it was a lot of interactive lessons that got students out of their seats. We also embedded some specific labs to do hands-on learning with students, and that's what attributed to our trend line that's significant. U.S. history is also high performing and continues to stay high performing. When I first looked at this, I noticed, where's the orange line for approaches? I was like, did I miss the data? No. That's because the gray line and the orange line are laying on top of each other because the state and the region have the exact same numbers over the past 5 years. So we continue to stay in sync with both the region and the state. Have a little bit of work to do in the master's area, and so we'll be looking at what to do when students already get it in U.S. history. So you might have noticed that we haven't talked about 5th or 8th grade science. That's the subject area that we haven't. Thank you, TEA. We're in the zone of uncertainty. I didn't make up those 3 words. That's the words that TEA uses. That just means we don't have a target. We don't know what the scores are going to be. We don't know what the target is for approaches, meets, or masters. We just know that we need to teach the TEKs. So they weren't set prior to test administration. We did the best that we could. Below is the statement that you see released from TEA. Due to standard setting requirements for grade 5 and 8 science assessments, combined science results will be released on July 31st. At this time, only biology results are available for the spring 2026. I will say that we embedded some lab practices in 8th grade science and also had an increase in making sure that when you break down the TEK, we're looking at the noun and the verb. So the noun tells us the what, the verb tells us the depth of learning that should take place for students, and that's what we focused on. Even though we don't know what the target is, we still taught our students. We'll bring that back to you guys in August when we have the data. So now what? What's our path forward? I think it's important that we recognize our successes and our celebrations. And when you're carving out a path, it's important that you have a foundation at which to operate. And so the strength that I bring to Princeton is my big district mindset. And that is making sure that we have foundational systems put in place so that when we double the size of our school district in 5 years, we're still highly successful. I'd rather make sure that we have those strong foundation systems built while we're still small. I know that's relative to some people in the room. Compared to where we're going to be in 5 years, so that the foundational systems we put in place now for curriculum and instruction are solid and able to be built on. Kind of like you're building a house. Make sure you have a strong foundation. So the areas that we're celebrating are 5th grade student growth. We're celebrating MAP in both reading and math at K-5. We're celebrating middle school student growth. Back to the beginning of the presentation, Rachel went over the accountability system and shared the different areas. That blue bar was the student achievement data we shared with you tonight. I look forward to all scores being released so that we can share the growth data and really looking at it. And I really anticipate all of our middle schools using student growth for their accountability. What's not shared is some of the other statistics, and that's our college, career, and military readiness is at 91% for this school year. Last year, we were at 84%. That means that our graduates walk across the stage and they can determine what will secure or endanger their freedom. They can decide what they need to do. And so I'm really proud of that percentage and the work that was done by our senior high school. And I'm also grateful to have Kayla Walling in the lead counselor CCMR role now to offer that additional support. That was a lot of work, and I'm really proud of Rich Boring and Miss Walling and the work that they put in this year. We also awarded 35 associate's degrees. We have 780 industry-based certifications. And we recognize 35% of our staff for TIA designation. If we wouldn't have added the additional staff members, it would be in the 40s. And so I just think it's important to recognize the good work that's being done by our classroom teachers, our campus administrators, our coordinators, and our instructional coaches. That doesn't mean that we don't have areas of focus and work that we need to do. So this next year, in looking at curriculum and instruction, these are the areas in which we're going to focus. Number one is ensuring that teachers have the support that they need. And that comes with the LIFT grant that we have this year. So we'll be looking at observation and feedback. When we're doing purposeful classroom walkthroughs and making sure that we're giving just one action step to help a teacher be better, right? Like, what's the quick win? Because even good teachers want to be great, and even great teachers want to stay great. And so we want to make sure that we're very intentional and specific in supporting all of our classroom teachers. Additionally, we'll be continuing to build our professional learning communities and supporting planning in our core curriculum areas, math, reading, science, and social studies, and providing our principals and assistant principals and our instructional coaches with a PLC toolkit. We'll also be addressing research-based instructional strategies. That training will take place in August. Very appreciative of Region 10 coming in and providing that training for us. Those are instructional strategies that teachers will be able to take and immediately implement in their classrooms that they can use day 1, day 2, day 22. Additionally, we'll have the high-quality instructional material adoption process and looking at all of our resources that we currently have, looking at the resources that are available to us that we can adopt using our rubrics that we have created to analyze that process and engage all of our stakeholders who I'm sure are ready, willing, and able to be a part of that process and support that work. We'll also be revising our curriculum, and when we revise it, we'll be looking at 3 areas of alignment. When we talk about alignment, it all comes back to that Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills that we are required to teach. And so the alignment comes in planning and making sure that our teachers have good quality lessons that are planned, and then making sure that they're able to deliver those aligned lessons that they've planned with success. And then looking at the student work and making sure that it's aligned to the TEAC and seeing all 3 of those areas work together. Additionally, every elementary principal is grateful, as well as Mr. Coburn, for the additional staffing of the Dean of Students to increase behavior support for our teachers when they're in the classroom, and making sure that we're proactive we set up classes that students are able to be successful in the classroom and have fewer behavior disruptions. Also, that Dean of Students positions allows our assistant principal and principal to be more of an instructional leader with that focus on instruction rather than behavior. And third is looking at our students individually and making sure that we're proactive with our behavior interventions rather than reactive. Thank you.
Thank you. I was looking at the campus and to see their scores by campus. Did that bring any, like, looking at that they give you any kind of insight of what possibly could be some part of the solutions to help? Because some of them seem to be repetitive where we're having some of the problems.
Are you speaking from an elementary perspective or middle
Both
school or
elementary
high
and middle
school
school.
or overall?
I'm looking at middle school and elementary, but
Do you want to address elementary?
So I think absolutely, when we, just like we
tier our needs for teachers, we tier our needs for campuses. And so those that we see that are showing a low trend in that domain one in approaches, meets, and masters, us as executive directors know we have to get on those campuses more often. We're on campuses all the time, but we know that you have some that are a high priority and some that you know you can do more check-ins with that are performing at a little bit of a higher level. So yes, we've already met and identified where our high focus campuses are going to be. And some of those may not be, some of it could be, you know, we have a lot of new administration this year, so it's just focusing on that piece too.
And speaking for our middle schools, specifically for Bunchbach, which I realize is not on your list because it's a new campus that it's opening. So our instructional leadership focus will be on meets and masters, because when the accountability system that and the game that we're playing is to make sure that all students hit meets and masters, because that's a part of that 30% graph at the very beginning that we shared for the accountability system. Additionally, for Bunchbach, there it is. Additionally, for Bunchbach, we'll be looking at making sure that we have established high expectations of teaching and learning. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to live it. And so the principal has been establishing those systems processes to make sure that, yes, we're gonna trust that you do it, but I also want to make sure that I'm seeing it lived out on a day-to-day basis. For Clark Middle School, we'll be strengthening instruction through effective special education inclusion and resource classroom practices to make sure that we're using accommodations like need to be utilized, and looking at all of our special populations and making sure that if there's something else we can do for a student that is in one of those special populations, we are able to do. We also had a turnover for Clark Middle School of 38% of the core content teachers are going to be new to that campus. That's because we opened Bunchbach, and I think they liked Miss Haggard. There she is. And so for Matei Middle School, we'll be looking to increase student discourse and academic vocabulary, and the emergent bilingual linguistic strategies across the classrooms to make sure that students are using the vocabulary that is within the TEAC and not just conversational vocabulary. As well, they had a 28% turnover of their core content teachers. Right, I used the example of middle school social studies, and some of his went to the high school to be varsity coaches.
Do you have bigger turnover on Clark or Matei?
We had a larger turnover at Clark. And that,
Clark is actually, to me, they're outperforming the state on a lot of their stuff, but just
yes,
barely
sir.
approaching.
We want to keep them there, but
Yeah, agreed.
Honestly, a high-performing school, it's hard to keep them high-performing.
Right.
I mean, once you're on top, the only way to go is down. Like, you got to stay there and do some intentional work. I'm like, and that's where Clark was the previous year. And then for Southern, we're looking at strengthening the implementation. They put together a focus this year for linguistic strategies in the classroom, language strategies to support their students, and making sure that we had visual representation in all of our classrooms. And so that we'll be continuing that work at Southern.
Can we go back to either one of the slides where you guys, it's a bar graph where it shows the students we've had for, yeah, one of those. So the 52, so for example, that one, we have students that have been with us for less than a year. Blue is a 60. Is that 60 students, 60% of our new students, or what does that mean?
60% performed at the, sorry. That is 60% performed at the approaches level of that test.
Of those new.
Yes, of the students that this was their first year in Princeton ISD.
I also think it's important to remember that this is July and these are unofficial scores. And so once we get back all of the official scores, then we will present to you we'll share new numbers and new data and the rest of the accountability system at which we operate and play the game.
I do want to just add, I know, one, putting this together took a lot, and so I do want to thank all of you guys for putting this together. I know the results represent a tremendous amount of work from you, so we do appreciate that. I think as a board, our responsibility is more to understand, like, what are our successes as well as what our challenges are. So for us, we're not in this every day. We do see these scores, and I'm gonna be honest, they're a little alarming, like, to see. So I'd encourage you guys to keep going. It sounds like we have some processes that you're wanting to try. I don't know what Mr. McIntyre has already asked of you guys, like if there's like a written plan, but I would encourage you guys to actually create that, because this is gonna be an area that I think we keep circling back to see, like, what can we do if we're looking at us like a year from now. I know we're gonna come back to this, and so where are we gonna be sitting then? What did we do? What was the plan? How did we implement it? So it's just my 2 cents, but thank you guys for sharing this, because this gave us a lot of insight.
And I think you're right on point there, Starla. I think, we've got the plan that we presented to you with steps. Now we're going back and looking, where did that help and where did we see successes there, and where was that still not enough, and where do we need to continue to look and continue to grow. And I know these ladies and our new staff that have come on have been working tirelessly for the last few weeks trying to figure that out.
One more question, sorry. We moved from that slide pretty fast. Can we go back to one of the slides that has I just want to make sure I do understand it. So I see blue is definitely students we've had less than a year, and then the orange says 1+. So we're talking about any kid that has
One or more
been,
years.
like, literally, so that wouldn't, help me understand this. So then the orange, wouldn't that number of students be a lot larger than the students that we have only had for a year, correct?
It's about 75, on average,
75%.
about 75% of that grade level.
So then, like, let's see, PISD 5th grade RLA, so 57% of 75% of our numbers. Then the 0 to 1, 46% of the 25% of our new students. Okay. I think what I just don't want to do is, I know obviously growing as fast as we are, it's definitely a variable with our incoming students. What I don't want to do is, I want to say the word crutch, but I don't want to use this piece of data to say this is a reason why we are declining on scores. Definitely a big piece of it, so thank you. I guess I'm just curious to see the number of actual students.
I think that's what I
So,
was asking.
yeah, I'm sorry. So I think this is an insight to show us that once they're with us, we do grow, and they get big benefits from being with us. At the same time, if we remove that 25%, we're still underperforming the state, which is still alarming to me. Or in some places, I guess, but.
Which, majority of the places is what I gathered. Were you gonna say
Mr.
something?
McIntyre, can you go back to that next slide after this one, the one that showed the bar? No, one more. No. Yeah, that one. So this was the one I think you're referring to. And looking at this, to Carlos's point, we are underperforming in many of the areas, especially in math and reading side of things. But there are some levels based off of this, not on this one, that are outperforming what Region 10 and the state are doing. But I think that was on math for middle school.
And I think if you look at it, the ones that I like is the ones that are trending up. Even though we underperformed last year, but we're going up in the you know, that's still, at least I can live with that, saying we're still working towards that way, and what we're doing is working. But when we start dipping down, it's where it's concerning.
I did see there's a few times in some of these, there was a big dip from 24 to 25. What was there? What was it? Right, yeah, so that's my
Me,
question.
I joined Princeton this past year.
So we're blaming you, is what I hear.
Was it like a big jump in enrollment? What was something that happened maybe in our district that just like, wow, what, from 24 to
So-
25?
From 24 to 25, I mean, some of it is, I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to
Okay,
just tell you
yeah,
off the top
yeah.
of my
I
head.
just-
Some of it is opening campuses. When we have some great teachers that are on campuses and then we open and they split among, and we're hiring new teachers and we're having to train new teachers, you know, sometimes, you know, we get some fantastic new teachers in, and then there are times when we have some that need a little bit extra growth, you know, and when they're the only fifth grade math teacher sitting on that campus and we're struggling, that's a big percentage of your kiddos, you know? And so I think that could be a piece of it, but I'm happy to go back and look at that 24 to 25. We really looked at 25 to 26 looking at this year, but we can absolutely go back and look at that and give you some specific answers.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, ladies. I think once we get some stability, I think that'll be a little easier to deal with, but I appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
After 10 years.
Move the 5-3 bilingual update.
Good evening, Elba Sifonte, Bilingual Coordinator. Here we have some updates from our bilingual team. The first update is in the status of our language acquisition plan. 2 collaborative work meetings have been scheduled with the Secondary Executive Director, the Director of Curriculum, the Director of Special Programs, to discuss a proposed language acquisition plan for our current early exit bilingual program model 90-10, including the language time allotments by grade level. That is going to be discussed this Thursday. Our goal is to communicate this plan to bilingual teachers during the professional development dates and provide guidance on language usage, expectations during instruction. Curriculum updates. There have been some changes and updates to the language standards in the state of Texas. The language acquisition plan needs to be supported by a curriculum aligned with Texas essential knowledge and skills in both English and Spanish TICs, as well as the English language proficiency standards. To ensure curriculum alignment, the district has purchased licenses that provide bilingual teachers with access to SAVAS Spanish online curriculum for kinder to 2nd grade and HMH Spanish online curriculum for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And Rachel is working on access to Spanish curriculum for pre-K as well. An update on ELPS, the English Language Acquisition Proficiency Standards. An essential component of a bilingual program is the implementation of English Language Proficiency Standards. To support the implementation of the updated ELPS and build teacher capacity, we are currently evaluating 2 resources, the ELPS Fleet Book and the Lead Forward Field Guides. The updated ELPS require training focused on the new student expectations and the language proficiency descriptors. Teachers will need to scaffold learning based on students' language proficiency, so English learners can access rigorous content. For that, we are developing a professional development plan to support teachers in strengthening English instruction through effective integration of the English language proficiency standards. Also, the bilingual team will be trained, will get an online training from TEA, a 4 hours online training that will be completed by August 31st. The first ELPS introductory training for teachers will be in August during the PD Academy days. We also have started a family engagement plan The bilingual team will prepare an informational presentation for parents to be shared during the multicultural night. The presentation will provide an overview of the bilingual programs offered by PISD and explain the differences among different bilingual program models. In addition, a Google form will be embedded in the presentation to gather parent feedback regarding the bilingual and ESL program opportunities offered by the district. We are also considering hosting bilingual ESL program parent meetings to talk about these programs in details and answer parent and community members' questions. We are planning on hosting a TELPAS night to explain in details the ELPS domains and how it correlates with the TELPAS assessment. We are planning on using the Parent Square to strengthen communication with bilingual and ESL families. We have set a timeline to propose a program recommendation, and this will happen during the spring semester.
So you just said that, well, first, welcome again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I love the fact that you're talking about the family engagement plan and what you're trying to do to make sure that we are involved. You said that the proposal that you're going to do is going to be at what time? Just sometime in the spring?
I don't have any specific date yet, but having to work on two programs at the same time, we are growing the 90-10 program that would allow us time to start working if we have a transition, to start working on logistics of the current program that we have, because if any transition happens, the 90-10 will continue along with the dual language if that were the case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Move on to item number 6, consent agenda.
I do have one request on the consent agenda, not to actually pull it, but just a request for Mr. McIntyre. When we're changing, like the hiring of personnel moving forward, can you tell us what's changed, like, or at least highlight it so we know what the difference is between what's in our board packet and what you're giving us here, like day of? Is that something you guys can do and help them with?
Highlight anybody that's not in the packet version, yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. That was it.
After we attach the first package, just highlight everything else.
Just anything that, yeah, because we're not seeing it till we get here, and I was trying to do a comparison, like, right before to see what the difference is, and it's just a challenge, so if y'all could do that, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, we're hiring them right up to the time right before the meeting.
I mean, I saw it with some people on
guess
here that I was like, what?
Just look at the dates, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a hire date on there that we?
Yeah, there should be one there, but well, no, not for the hire.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
so
for
we-
the
No,
resignations.
it's not a higher date on there.
Just the resignations. Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda.
Got a motion, Ms. Sharp,
Second.
second from Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item number seven.
Can I
Oh,
interrupt?
yeah, go ahead.
We do have some individuals we'd like to recognize and introduce to you tonight.
Good evening. First of all, thank you so much for approving these next people that I'm about to introduce to you. So Dr. LaDonna Gully, she brings an exceptional record of leadership and instructional excellence for our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Dr. Gully, will you please stand? So She most recently served for 5 years as the Director of Leadership in Mesquite ISD, where she led district-wide leadership development, strategic planning, and professional learning while supporting campus and district leaders. Prior to her district leadership role, Dr. Goley spent 10 years as a principal, where the campus consistently earned high state accountability ratings and sustained academic growth through strong instructional systems and data-driven practices. During her tenure, the campus maintained an outstanding, Starla, you'll like this, 0.8% turnover rate, reflecting a culture built on excellence, collaboration, and strong staff support. As our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Goley will lead our curriculum coordinators, strengthen instructional improvement efforts, oversee professional learning, and support the implementation of the LIFT grant, helping ensure high-quality teaching and learning across Princeton ISD. Welcome, Dr. Goley. Mr. Lieberman. Garrett Lieberman joins the administrative team at Matei Middle School as an assistant principal. Mr. Lieberman participated in the Princeton ISD Aspiring Administrator Academy. He has served as a U.S. history teacher, athletic director, and varsity head coach. He has a bachelor's from Northern Arizona University and a master's from University of Massachusetts, Brandman. Please welcome Mr. Lieberman. I also don't know if you noticed the people on the back row with their cameras videoing. That's his family from California.
All right, I have the pleasure, if you would please stand, Dr. Rashonda Jenkins. Yes, please, yes. Dr. Jenkins is very proud to serve as your new principal at Godwin Elementary School. She brings nearly 3 decades of experience in public education and a deep commitment to student achievement, instructional excellence, and servant leadership. Dr. Jenkins earned her bachelor's degree from the University of Texas at Tyler, her master's degree from Central Michigan University, and her Doctor of Education degree from Texas A&M University Commerce. She has served as a campus administrator for 14 years in those roles as an assistant principal, a principal, and at the director level. She is passionate about building strong relationships with students, families, staff, and community while creating a positive school culture where every child is empowered to learn, grow, and succeed. We are excited to have Dr. Jenkins. And we want to welcome back Miss Vicki Dillard. Vicki is proud to return to her home at Princeton ISD and serve as the principal at Perkins Early Childhood Center. Vicki has a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration from the University of Oklahoma. I will not say the slogan, but I love you anyway. And a Master of Education in Educational Leadership from Texas A&M University Commerce. She is beginning her 26th year in education. 6 of those years were spent here as a campus administrator, and she is excited to build strong relationships with students, staff, and families, and fostering a positive school culture where everybody feels welcomed, respected, and empowered on their very first year of school. So we are very excited for Ms. Dillard to return to us here in Princeton.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. And I noticed some people started wearing their maroon first day. That's not Mesquite maroon, is it? Because I know they have a maroon. That's Princeton. Yeah, okay, that's Princeton maroon. All right. We will move on to item 7.
Jeff, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, board members. Mr. McIntyre, Jeff Robert with Hilltop Securities, the district's bond municipal advisor. I'm here this evening to talk to you about a parameter order that would allow for the district to issue up to $100 million from the 2023 authorization, as well as a refunding parameter order that would be for a refinancing that could take place in mid-October at the earliest. So I'll go over all this information. If you have any questions as I'm going through it, don't hesitate to stop me. I'll do the best I can to answer. Last year, about this time, we did a parameter order and ultimately issued up there in column 3, $140 million. If you'll recall, the legislature passed another homestead exemption increase that increased the exemption from 100 to 140,000, as well as the over 65 and disabled going from 10 to 60,000. They held us harmless only on that one issuance, unfortunately. So all of the issues that we do going forward are not going to receive that hold harmless funding. It's very difficult to project how much we can issue on a year-to-year basis after this, because as you know, the legislature gets together every 2 years, and there's certainly potential that the exemptions may continue. Back in 2023, when they increased the exemption from 40,000 to 100,000, they held your entire authorization harmless, meaning we get hold harmless funding for all of the annual issuances that we do. If they increase the exemption again, that's our hope, that will take place, rather than what they did this last session when they only held one bond issuance harmless. So that's the reason I have blanks in columns 5 going forward, because it's extremely difficult to make any projections since we've gone 3 straight sessions with exemption increases that literally wipe value off of the tax roll, which also means that the capacity to issue bonds is hindered a bit as well. So right now, we're expecting that we might be able to do about 70 million, and the reason I say expecting is because on Monday of next week, you will receive your certified taxable value from Collin Appraisal District. We feel like that number is going to be about 5% growth. If it's a little higher, we might be able to do a little more than 70. If it comes in a little bit lower, it may be a little bit lower than 70. We're doing the parameter for 100 because we do have that potential refunding in October that could save some money to open up a little bit capacity to do more if we're able to, but we can't really guess at what that interest savings will be on a refunding that's not going to take place for 3+ months. So with, I think, very conservative tax base assumptions, that blue line depicts what after we issue the 70 million, what the projected INS tax rate would do. Again, we'd hopefully have some capacity next summer to do more from that authorization. If we end up doing 70 million this year, we'll have $444 million remaining from the 23 authorization, and we'll also, I believe, have the 25 million that's available from the 2019. And one other thing I do need to point out, in order to be able to achieve the number in column 4, at the very bottom left, you can see that we are likely going to be contributing some from the M&O account every year in order to help manage that INS tax rate and give us the capacity to do the amount that we're talking about. Just in terms of an interest rate update, this is the 20-year bond buyer index tax exempt rate for the 20-year bond price. Comes out every single week. This goes all the way back to the early 80s, back when tax exempt rates were over 13%. You can see they've trended down. You can see and I'm looking at the large graph and the white graph in at the kind of the bottom area on the right. You can see how low rates got when COVID took place. We've certainly gone up since then, but it's kind of leveled off some. The blue graph just shows what this index has done for the last 2 years, excuse me, the last year. Whoop. The refunding itself, these are the amounts and the bond issues that we're looking at refunding. In order for us to be able to refinance at tax exempt interest rates, federal tax law requires that we be within 90 days of the call date, or we settle the refunding issue within 90 days. So the majority of that you can see is for the 2017. That call date is February 15th of 27. So we can't, we'd have to issue in October and then settle after November 17th. So that's why we'd have to wait on that. And right now, the minimum threshold that we have in there is 2%. That'd result in about $1,650,000 in savings. If we were to price today, it'd be about double that. We'd be at about 3.3 million if we were able to use interest rates today to do the refinancing. So the parameter bond order, many of you may be familiar with this, but ultimately the district is allowed to do this for new money issuances under 1371 of the government code. Refundings is 1201. The board delegates final pricing authority to senior administration officials. There's parameters included in the order, and the only way that the pricing officers can approve the issuance is if all the parameters are met. And the parameters that are included in the order are listed here. Mr. McIntyre, Ms. Powell would be the two delegated pricing officers. The maximum principal amounts on the refunding, we're not going to issue more principal than what's being refinanced. We're also not going to extend the term on the refinancing. The maximum true interest cost, right now, we'd probably be at about 460 to 470. I don't want to use a number that's too tight, because if ultimately rates went up a little bit, we'd have to come back before you to get another parameter approved. The minimum savings threshold, again, 2% present value, which is about that $1,650,000. Hopefully we'll be well above that when October gets here. And the final maturity dates, we're looking at a 30-year issuance for the new money issue, and again, the final maturity on the bonds being refunded is 2047, and the delegation is good for 365 days. And lastly, I'll say, I want to thank Ms. Powell. She's spent a lot of time gathering information, reviewing information, participating in conference calls. I know she's got a full-time job without me pestering her, so I want to thank her for her time and contributions to this process. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions? If anybody wants to make a motion, it has to be specific. Language of motion. I wish it can be you.
She said quit mumbling.
If you want to make a motion, there's specific language to make the motion.
I'll make a motion. I move to adopt an order authorizing the issuance of and sale of Princeton Independent School District unlimited tax school building and refunding bonds in one or more series.
Motion by Mr. Kelly,
I'll second it.
second from Ms. Sharp. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Item number 8, 8.1, we will now enter into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for a consultation with the district attorney.
I make
Yeah,
a
motion.
motion to go into executive.
I got a motion from Mr. Washington,
I'll second it.
second from Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Yep, 7:52.
Good evening. Following the consultation with the board's legal counsel under section 551.071, we are now convened again in open session to conduct the level 3 appeal hearing under agenda item 8. My name is Rebecca Bradley, and as counsel for the Princeton ISD Board of Trustees, I will be presiding over this hearing, subject to the board president's authorization and delegation. For the record, today is July 20th, 2026, and the time is 8:14 p.m. The board is now convened in open session in accordance with board policies FNG Legal and FNG Local, and at the request of the complainant, Ms. Maddox. This proceeding is being audio recorded to ensure that an accurate record is kept. The portion of the proceedings in which the complainant and the administration present their statements will be recorded. The board's consultation with its attorney will not be recorded. For the record, each person is asked to state their name, reason for attendance, and relationship to the complainant, if applicable. We will start with the board members, and this is only for participants that are actually engaging in the grievance process, but we'll start with the board.
Cindy Garland, board member.
Dwayne Kelly, Board Trustee.
Bianca Washington, Board Secretary.
Carlos Cuellar, Board Trustee.
Starla Sharp, board trustee.
Sonia Ledesma, School Board Trustee.
John Campbell, Board Trustee.
Donald McIntyre, Superintendent.
Casey Gunnels, Assistant Superintendent of Education.
Joandria Maddox, parent of this student at Clark Middle School.
Thank you all. At this time, I would like to instruct all participants to please avoid talking when another person is speaking so that the recording will accurately reflect the proceedings. Further, please endeavor to make your oral statements as clear and complete as possible. Remember that the recording will not reflect gestures or any other forms of nonverbal communication. This hearing will be conducted as an administrative presentation in accordance with applicable policies and law. In that vein, under Board Policy FNG Local, the hearing will be limited to the issues and documents considered at the level 2, as neither party presented new evidence in the timeframe allotted under SB 12. No new evidence, appeal issues, or relief shall be presented. To the extent new evidence or issues are raised, the board reserves the right to end the hearing and remand the proceeding to level 2 hearing officer to make a determination on the new information or evidence. The board's decision must be supported by the record made from previous hearings. This is not a formal legal proceeding, and no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. This hearing is an appeal to the board regarding a level 2 decision under Board Policy FNG Local. Each party will have an opportunity to make its presentation to the board. The parties will not be permitted to cross-examine each other. There will be an opportunity for members of the board to ask questions of counsel, the parties, any witnesses. However, the members of the board are not subject to questioning by the administration, legal counsel, or any witness. As a reminder, the board is not here to substitute their judgment for that of the administration's determination. The board is charged with 2 tasks. 1, determine if board policy was followed with fidelity, and 2, if so, whether the substantial weight of the evidence supports the administration's decision at the prior level, and the administration's prior decision was therefore not arbitrary and capricious, so no additional relief is necessary. Because this is an appeal of the decision made at level 2, pursuant to Board Policy FNG Local, the complainant, Ms. Maddox, will present her argument based on the record first. This presentation will be followed by the administration's side. Both the complainant and the administration will be allocated 10 minutes to make their presentations. The presentations will occur in open session unless and until another student or staff member is mentioned or becomes the subject of the hearing. Therefore, to the extent another student is relevant to this proceeding, I ask both parties to refrain from speaking about the other student until the end of your respective presentations. If you intend to discuss another student, please provide notice prior to speaking about the other student so that the board and the parties may adjourn to closed session to continue the hearing proceedings, as that information is confidential under federal law. Additionally, it is my understanding that there is a request from both parties to watch specific videos that include other students. At this time, if there's no objection, board, I would ask that we adjourn at the end of the presentations to consider and view those videos and allow each party to provide an additional 3 minutes to show the party's respective videos to the board prior to the conclusion of the hearing. Are there any objections from the board with that procedure? So each party will have an additional 3 minutes once we transition to closed session to kind of walk through the video and what each party saw in those videos. Then the board will reconvene in open session for the question portion of the proceedings if necessary. Now that we have reviewed the procedures for the hearing, are there any questions on those procedures? I know that's a lengthy explanation.
I have no questions.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now that we've reviewed those procedures, it is time to determine the impartiality of the board members to hear and consider this matter. If any member of the board feels that he or she cannot hear or consider this matter in a fair and impartial manner, or the perception of partiality may exist, the board members should so state at this time and not participate in the hearing. Let the record reflect that each board member of the board present has indicated that he or she can consider the information presented at this hearing and make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. Members of the board, I'm going to ask that you hold your questions, if any, until the conclusion of the presentation by both sides, and upon reconvening in open session following the viewing of the videos, if there are questions, those can be asked at that time. Ms. Maddox, who will be making the presentation on your behalf?
I will.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation to the board. Do you wish to reserve a portion of your allotted time for any rebuttal? Or you can give your first presentation, and then whatever's remaining can be your rebuttal time, whichever you prefer.
I agree to that.
Okay. So the Secretary of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Bianca Washington, will keep time and let you know when you have approximately 1 minute left in your requested. It will also be up on the screen. So if you start seeing Ms. Washington kind of waving, it's also there for you to look at as well. Reserving the remainder of that time for rebuttal. At this time, you may proceed with your presentation. You're more than welcome to stand or sit as you feel comfortable.
Good evening, President, trustees, and superintendent. Thank you for taking the time to hear my appeal. First, I want to say that I appreciate the time and professionalism shown to me throughout the appeal process. I also appreciate the superintendent's decision to reduce my son's DAEP placement to time served. However, I remain before you today because I continue to have serious concerns regarding the fairness of the investigation, the consistency of the district's findings, and the lasting impact those findings have had on my son. My appeal has never been about avoiding accountability. I have never argued that my son should not be held responsible for his own actions. Rather, my concern is whether the district fairly evaluated the conduct of both students before reaching conclusions that permanently affected my son's educational record and ultimately contributed to his arrest. From the very beginning, my son consistently reported that he was struck first, that his glasses were knocked from his face, and that his hair was pulled. Despite those consistent statements, his account was not meaningfully acknowledged during the initial investigation. Instead, the investigation conducted by the school resource officer and the assistant principal resulted in my son being identified as the aggressor, classified as committing assault causing bodily injury, arrested, referred to DAEP, and ultimately charged in juvenile court. At the same time, the other students' actions were not treated in the same manner. It was not until the Level 1 appeal that the principal acknowledged that my son had, in fact, been struck first. She concluded that the other students' actions constituted self-defense. Yet, that acknowledgement raises an important question for me. If the district ultimately recognized that my son was struck first, why was that not meaningfully considered during the original investigation before decisions were made that affected both his educational record and his legal circumstances? Another concern I continue to have involves the criminal charges. For weeks, I believed that the school had initiated criminal charges against my son because of the classification of the incident. It was not until my level 2 appeal that I learned that charges were actually pursued at the request of the other students' parents. I fully recognize that parents have every right to contact law enforcement. My concern is different. Because my son's allegations were not given equal weight from the beginning, I was never placed in a comparable position to understand my options or advocate for my son in the same way. By the time I learned how the process had unfolded, my son had already been arrested, detained, and charged. That concern is compounded by the confusion I experienced throughout the disciplinary process. I was not notified until after my son had already been detained and transported to juvenile detention. My concern is not that the other parents exercised rights that I should have been denied. My concern is whether my son's allegations were investigated with the same level of seriousness so that I, as his parent, had the opportunity to make informed decisions on his behalf. I received inconsistent information regarding when he could be released. I received documents that lacked dates and were provided out of sequence. I was not informed about the alleged prior incident until after the May 6 altercation had already occurred. During the DAEP conference, I was told that additional review of the other students' conduct would occur after I raised concerns that my son had been struck first, yet my son's removal from the school and DAEP placement proceeded immediately. Taken together, these events left me questioning whether the investigation was truly complete before life-changing decisions were made. I also asked the board to carefully consider the evidence itself. The witness statements support that my son reported being struck first. The principal acknowledged that fact during the level 1 appeal. After reviewing the security video myself, I believe the footage shows the other student making contact with my son's face and pulling his hair immediately before my son reacts. I respectfully asked the board to independently review that portion of the video. The superintendent later concluded that my son had an opportunity to disengage. Respectfully, I question whether the evidence supports that conclusion. The entire security video is approximately 18 seconds long. Based upon my review, the physical altercation itself lasts about 5 to 7 seconds. The video had to be enlarged and slowed to 25% speed in order to analyze individual movements. While slowing the footage is certainly helpful for reviewing events afterward, my son experienced those events in real time. I respectfully ask the board to consider whether in the span of only a few seconds after being struck and losing his glasses, is it reasonable to conclude that he has sufficient time to recognize the threat had ended, evaluate his options, and consciously choose to disengage before reacting? I also remain concerned about the evidence relating to the reported injury. From the beginning, the knot on the back of the other student's head was attributed to my son's punches. However, another report indicates that the student also fell onto his back during the basketball play, and the video itself reflects that both students fell to the floor. I respectfully question whether the evidence conclusively establishes that the injury resulted solely from my son's punches, particularly where the incident involved an uncontrolled fall during basketball immediately before the physical confrontation. The staff witness statement also deserves careful consideration. The teacher expressly states that he observed only the end of the altercation. Because he did not witness the beginning, he could not testify regarding how the students came to be on the floor, whether my son was struck first, or what my son reasonably perceived in those first moments. Yet, portions of his statements were relied upon in reaching broader conclusions regarding my son's conduct. I respectfully ask the board to consider the limited scope of that witness's personal observations when weighing the evidence. Ultimately, my concern is not simply whether my son made mistakes. My concern is whether both students were evaluated under the same standards. The district determined that one student's physical strike was reasonable under circumstances while my son's response was deemed assault. The district's own findings acknowledge that the other student made the first physical contact, yet only one student was disciplined and referred into the juvenile justice process. My appeal is not based on the assertion that my son acted perfectly. Rather, it is based on my belief that the investigative process did not fully or consistently evaluate the conduct of both students before reaching conclusions that had significant educational and legal consequences. I respectfully ask the board to determine whether those conclusions are fully supported by the evidence and whether both students' actions were evaluated consistently under district policy. Finally, I remain concerned that my request for aggregate disciplinary data has not fully been answered. I requested that information not to accuse the district of discrimination, but to better understand whether incidents involving similarly situated students are classified and disciplined consistently. Without the requested information, I remain unable to evaluate that question. I appear before you today because I believe every student deserves a fair investigation, equal consideration of their account, and consistent application to district policy. That is all I have sought throughout this process. Thank you for your time and for your careful consideration of my appeal.
You will have 1 minute and 37 seconds for your rebuttal.
Thank you.
And who will be making the presentation on behalf of the administration?
I will.
Mr. Gunnels, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation on behalf of the administration. Do you wish to reserve a portion of your allotted time for any rebuttal?
I'll reserve time remaining.
Thank you. Then Ms. Washington will keep your time. It will be presented on the screen as it was for Ms. Maddox. And you will be notified through Signal when you have 1 minute left in your allotted 10 minutes. And you may proceed with your presentation now.
So during the process, I reviewed the Level 1 record, which was all staff and student statements, as well as the security video of the incident and the Level 1 record. After review of that, I believe that Mr. Herrera accurately classified the incident as assault with bodily injury based on what I was able to view in the video. Although the district does not dispute that some degree of physical contact occurred at the onset of the altercation, I saw no evidence that led me to believe that Corey could have reasonably believed that the degree of physical violence employed was immediately necessary to protect himself. Therefore, I did not find that his actions constituted self-defense. Rather, I believe that they were disproportionate and constituted an assault with bodily injury. I did decide upon review to reduce the placement to days already served due to his lack of any significant disciplinary history, his good behavior while in placement, a lack of apparent premeditation in the incident, and its timing towards the end of the school year. I did not believe that it was necessary to carry that placement over into the subsequent school year. The consideration was based on the totality of the circumstances. I believe that his response, although not appropriate, was at least somewhat understandable given the nature of the event that occurred. However, based upon review, I do believe that the behavior that was observed did constitute an assault with bodily injury, and that was the conclusion that was also arrived at by Officer or Detective Quimby of the Princeton PD after he reviewed the evidence that was available as well. I have nothing further to present.
Thank you, Mr. Gunnels. You will have 8 minutes and 14 seconds for your rebuttal. And we'll get that time changed over for 1 minute and 37 seconds if you have any comments on rebuttal. And if you will step up to the mic just to make sure we can record and hear you.
All right, in regards to...
1 second, we're getting the timer set up.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I just want to make sure you get your full time. There we go. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. All right, in regards to what the Assistant Superintendent has stated, I do want to ask the board to keep in mind, again, the video in real time is 18 seconds long. At the 11-second mark, I believe I observed the incident unfolding where the other student begins to strike my son. That leaves us with about 5 to 7 seconds left for the incident itself to have taken place between the students. I do understand that they feel my son had an opportunity to disengage. However, we are speaking in regards to real time, 5 to 7 seconds. How was he or when was he supposed to realize that he was under the attack, the threat was over, and he had the opportunity to disengage without defending himself in 5 to 7 seconds? Also, in regards to his actions being disproportionate, I don't agree with that part. My son has told me that he hit the kid twice. The video evidence, we cannot clearly depict how many times he struck the other student, but I do see him attack my son. If my son had to be punished, that's okay with me. My concern is whether or why the other student was not punished as well, because this incident, again, happened during basketball play. His fall was not intentional. He did not intend to hurt the other student, but he was struck. Thank you.
Mr. Gunnels, you have 8 minutes, 14 seconds. And it'll take a second to get that set up. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Gunnels.
In response, I would state that there's no objective standard for how long it takes to assault someone. Whether it's 5 seconds or 15 seconds, an assault can occur in a very short period of time. When we evaluate disciplinary incidents, we look to see whether or not a student had the opportunity to disengage. We'll be able to further illustrate that in the video, but Corey was positioned on top of the other student who was in a supine position. Corey was straddling him, and it would be reasonable to expect that if you are sitting on top of someone else and punching them, that you would understand that you had the opportunity to stand up and walk away.
Since both parties have concluded their respective presentations, as there was no objection from the board previously, the board and the parties will now go into closed session to review the videos under sections 551.081 and 551.0812. And will receive their additional 3 minutes. So I would just ask that all the parties move over into the closed session room. time, we are back in open session at 8:57. Members of the board, are there any questions we need to address? And I'll start with the first one as you are thinking of questions. Ms. Maddox, what relief are you seeking from the board tonight?
For my requested relief, I respectfully request that the board review whether district standards regarding self-defense, proportionality, and reasonable belief were applied consistently to both students. Determine whether the available evidence conclusively supports maintaining the classification of assault causing bodily injury. Consider modifying or removing the assault causing bodily injury classification from my son's disciplinary record if the board concludes that that evidence does not support that determination. Determine whether the superintendent's reduction of the DAEP placement to time served further supports reconsideration of the permanent disciplinary classification. And ensure that my outstanding Texas Public Information Act request is fully processed and that all responsive aggregate records are produced or that any records not produced are identified in accordance with applicable law.
Thank you. In your presentation, you indicated that your student was assaulted first. Were there any other student statements or witness information that supported that allegation?
Yes, ma'am. There were student statements that indicated that my son was struck first. Also, in the level 1 appeal, the principal acknowledged that my son was struck first.
And can you help us understand the argument for self-defense or the standard for self-defense that you believe should be applied, specifically because your student was straddling the other student at the end?
Yes, ma'am. So I do understand the position that my son was in. However, I do want to reiterate that he fell into that position while they were playing basketball due to the inconsistency or the nature of the video. We cannot make out every action or determine how exactly they ended up in that position, but I do know that my son wouldn't have hit the other student had he not hit him and pulled his hair.
Mr. Gunnels, was there a policy violation in this case?
I did not determine that there were any policy violations.
Ms. Maddox, the same question to you.
So I feel like the other student, he hit my son as well. I do understand that the superintendent, the principal, or anyone other than the student could not constitute whether it was intentional or not. But I know in that moment when my son, was with the other student and he asked him, "Bro, why'd you pull my hair?" The response that he got was not that it was not intentional. This child responded in a way to let my son know that it was intentional. He in fact cursed at him and told him to get off of him and hit him after he pulled his hair. I do believe that a violation occurred because if one student was penalized as creating, or what do I want to say? If one student was viewed as committing assault, then the other student should have as well, because my son's fall was not intentional, yet the fall itself, the placement of how he's on the other child is giving weight. It's being given weight that would constitute the other student to strike my son, and that was not intentional. So I feel like if his fall could be constituted as, even though it was accidental, as a reason for the other kid to hit him, then my son was well within his rights to strike the other kid back if he unintentionally hit him, even though my son says it was intentional.
Mr. Gunnels, can you help us understand how police became involved in this situation? Was it district requested or parent prompted?
It was at the request of the parent. I included the assistant principal, Cody Herrera's statement in the level 3 record, and he indicated that in the nurse's office, when they contacted the parent of the other student to inform them of the incident that had happened, that the parent indicated that she wished to press charges.
And Mr. Gunnels, another question for you. What outcome are you asking the board to reach tonight?
I ask that the board uphold the level 2 decision.
And Mr. Gunnels, at what point in the process was Ms. Maddox's students able to provide a statement or to share information?
Takori provided a statement prior to the arrest, immediately after the incident.
And did his statement conclude what?
His statement was included in the level 3 record, and it stated that we were in the gym, was guarding a student, he was dribbling, and I knocked him by accident, and he fell, then he hit my face with his hand, and then he pulled my hair, and I hit him right after he pulled my hair. I got him off me, that's when. And then the statement concludes.
And when were parents notified of the arrest or detainment?
Mr. Herrera notified Ms. Maddox that day.
And when you looked at the record, Mr. Gunnels, what information do you believe the campus, as well as yourself, looked at to come to the conclusion? Was it solely the statement of the other student or the video? What did you look at?
I considered the totality of the record, student statements, staff statements, and the video.
And to Ms. Maddox, what information do you believe was not considered that should have been considered?
I believe my son's statements were not given equal weight. I believe the video was not viewed. I know that they viewed it, but I don't believe that they viewed it, what do I want to say, carefully or closely to observe everything that happened. From the beginning, my son explained to them what happened. I can see it in the video. The student statements support what my son said, yet the other student wasn't treated, with the same, he wasn't treated the same way. I didn't get the opportunity from what I believe, the way that the investigation occurred at the school. I didn't get the opportunity to advocate for my son or say, hey, well, I would like to initiate charges as well. In fact, I didn't learn that charges were from the other parent until my level 2 appeal. With this process, I was completely confused. After the incident happened, the assistant principal did contact me. He spoke with me on the phone, described to me, how the incident unfolded or how he felt the incident unfolded or how it looked. I asked him if I would be able to go and get my son from the center that he said he was at. He told me, yes, I should be able to go and get him. When I went to that center and I walked in and told them that I was there to get my son, they asked me did I receive a phone call from them, and I said no. And then the officer said, well, he has to stay here, and the judge will decide if he gets to go, if he gets to be released to you or not. And at that moment is when I realized my son has been detained, or he's being detained, or this is basically like jail, that he's, has to stay here. I left that facility. They called me back and they told me due to his record, him not having a previous record, that they would release him to me and ask me how soon I would be able to come and get him so that he wouldn't have to go to the back and dress out with the other kids. I told him that I could be there. I think by 3:30, I was there to pick up my son. When I spoke with him, I said, "Son, what happened?" He said, "Mom, he hit me." He said he slapped me, he slapped my glasses off my face, and he pulled my hair. I said, "Well, did you tell the assistant principal that he hit you first?" He said, "Yes." I told him, and they told me that they could see him slap the glasses off my face, but they didn't see him pull my hair. And then that's when I reached out to the school to tell them to preserve, well, ask them to preserve all the footage, all the witness statements and everything. And it was just very concerning for me from there, because I know that we cannot discuss the other students' penalties or things like that. We cannot discuss anything about the other student due to FERPA. But I know that when my son underwent what he did, when he was taken away from the school, and I asked him, you know, how did he get there? How was he there? And he said that they brought him there in the back of the police truck. And I asked him, I said, "Well, were you crying?" And he told me yes. He was very upset when he learned that he was going to be going. Well, they put the cuffs on him and took him away.
Thank you. I think that answered the question.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Maddox, you asked for his record, the assault with bodily injury, to be removed or changed on his record. What specific harm do you believe the assault with bodily injury has on his educational record moving forward?
So my son, he likes sports. And I do know that their records, they're a reflection of the students for the remainder of the years that they are in school. In fact, in the DAEP placement meeting, I was asked about his current offenses. I feel like with this being left on his record, it reflects negatively against him, you know, in his school environment as well as with sports and anything outside of school as well.
Mr. Gunnels, I'll direct that same question to you. What is the impact of having an assault with bodily injury on an educational record? Does it affect college, transcripts, et cetera?
There's no impact, as those records are sealed. Administrators are the only ones that have the ability to view behavior history from prior campuses. Coaches and teachers do not.
And then, Mr. Gunnels, Ms. Maddox brought up the point of you shortened the DAEP placement. How does that not overturn the assault classification?
As I explained, I felt that the behavior still constituted assault with bodily injury. However, due to the timing, the proximity to the end of the school year, and his lack of any significant behavioral history prior to that, also combined with the totality of the circumstances, I felt that it was appropriate to reduce it to time served and not carry it on into the next school year. However, I do still believe that an assault with bodily injury occurred and that some measure of disciplinary consequence was warranted.
And I asked Ms. Maddox this question, but I'll ask it of you as well. Are there student statements that indicated that the other student intentionally hit or pulled hair of Ms. Maddox's son?
The statements do not say anything about pulling hair. They do reference that he slapped TQ's glasses off, and then the other statement, there were two witness statements that were collected during the process. One references slapping glasses off. The other one says that he slapped TQ's glasses off, but specifically says, "I don't know if it was by accident or on purpose." So there was nothing clear that established that there was an intentional strike from the other student towards Takori.
And then looking at the investigation, did you review student B, we'll call them, the other student's actions as far as the hair pulling allegation and the intentional hitting as part of your review?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings there?
I could not substantiate that there was an intentional aggressive act on his part based on the statements and the video that I reviewed. The video shows that the action occurs simultaneously with him landing on his back, and I could not substantiate whether that was an intentional malicious act or simply a response to falling on his back and attempting to try and gain balance.
And then to go back to an earlier question from AP Herrera's statement, were parents prompted that they have the right to file charges, or was this something that parents thought of sua sponte, kind of on the spot, that they wanted to do on their own?
According to Mr. Herrera, they were not prompted. They provided that information of their own volition.
Did the other student indicate that he meant for slapping or harm?
He did not.
And then as far as the public information request, I'm going to go to you, Ms. Maddox. Of the categories of information still outstanding, do those records exist? Were you told they exist and just not provided? How did that work?
So I'm not sure if they exist or not. I did send a request to the individual responsible for conducting those requests. I asked that if they were available, if I could have access to them, if allowed, if it was something that they had to, if it took time for them to get that together, then you know, I was willing to respect the time and get that. But if it's something that is not able to be produced due to law or just policy or anything, then I requested acknowledgement of that, or I requested a statement regarding it. So if it's available, I ask that, you know, I have access to it. And if it's not available or not able to be produced, then I ask for a statement indicating that this information is not available. I didn't receive any. Well, I've received some information. It wasn't what I asked for specifically. I followed up with the individual. She told me that she was currently out of town on a summer vacation, but she would attend to it when she returned. And I haven't received those records or received any statements indicating that those records are not available or cannot be produced.
And Mr. Gunnels, I'll give you the opportunity to answer that. Were public information request responsive records provided?
To my knowledge, all responsive records were provided.
And are the reports that are being requested reports that are available?
To my knowledge, those reports are not immediately available.
And then I believe there's some confusion because we've conflated on the video. When did the hair pulling allegation and the slap occur? Was it as they were coming to the floor or once they were on the floor? Ms. Maddox, I'll go to you first.
All right, so the hair pulling and the slap happened when the kids fell to the floor. My son unintentionally fell on top of the student and he pulled his hair. And he asked him, bro, why'd you pull my hair? But it happened so quickly. He said, why'd you pull my hair? He said, get the F word off me, and he slapped him. And then my son told me he had to use his hands to take his hands from his hair, and then he struck the other student twice.
Mr. Gunnels, what is your understanding of what had occurred?
My understanding is that the video evidence does not support that version of events. You do not see that degree of hand motion from the other student. You see one motion in the video, and it occurs simultaneous with him coming to rest upon his back.
And then Mr. Gunnels, Ms. Maddox has pointed out the time frame. What was the total time frame of this incident from the start of the fall to the end, and do you know that?
I do not know exactly. It was several seconds, probably less than 10 seconds.
Ms. Maddox, I know that you've already shared kind of your timeline of that. Are there any, after watching the video, are there any changes, modifications, or emphasis that you want to give on the total time?
No, I asked for clarity when I was provided the videos. I asked if this was all video evidence that was utilized to make the determination. The officials agreed that this was the only, well, these were the only video angles that we had. It was 2 videos. One of them, I could barely make out anything, but the one that I believe provides the best quality, and it's not the best, is the one that's 18 seconds long. At the 11 second, mark, I can observe the other student pulling my son's hair. I cannot make out every action because the gym was crowded and there are several students surrounding these students when this incident is unfolding. We cannot make out how they fell into this position. We cannot make out every strike. We cannot make out where the strike lands. But I do see the other student pull my son's hair, and the officials have, from the other video that they viewed, the second video view, they have acknowledged that this slap occurred as well.
So a follow-up question to that. You've indicated that your son did strike the other student and engaged in physical striking of the student.
Yes, ma'am.
Why should the record be changed if that's what occurred?
So I am asking for the record to be changed simply because I believe that this process was not fair. It was unjust. I don't think that we can go back and enforce penalty on the other student, as he should have had penalty enforced on him as well. And even me, at this point of the investigation that we are at now, if I were to try and pursue charges against the other student, which I don't even know the student's name, I don't know the parent's name because we cannot get that, it looks retaliatory. And so if the board finds that there was possibly a mistake here, or that the other student should have faced the same consequences, how do we make it right? And so that is the reason why I'm asking for my son's record to be clear, because if we're not gonna penalize both parties, or we're not gonna be fair about it, then I don't think it's fair for it to remain on my son's record, regardless of the effect that it may or may not have.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Maddox, since you were talking about the time, do you have the time frame from which, and you may or may not have this, the student pulled your son's hair and that to the time he started engaging in striking the other student?
I can see the student pull his hair at the 11-second mark. I'm not sure at which second my son strikes, but I do know in totality, the video that I received is 18 seconds long, and the incident from the 11-second mark to 18 seconds is 5 to 7 seconds long. So based on the available, video evidence, we can assume that it lasted that long, 18 seconds. And the incident itself happened from the 11-second mark. I'm not sure when it stopped because, again, the students are crowding, but I think that 5 to 7 seconds to say that the incident unfolded is accurate based on the video evidence that I received.
Mr. Gunnels, when would you have expected the student to disengage?
Immediately upon realizing that he was seated on top of the other student and that the other student was not continuing to strike or act aggressively in any way.
Ms. Maddox, when would you have expected or anticipated if somebody was sitting on or straddling your child that they would disengage?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so when the district's position is that Corey should have immediately disengaged once he realized he was sitting on somebody, when do you believe it would have been reasonable for him to disengage?
I believe he would have, or it would have been reasonable for him to disengage had he not been struck upon. If he fell on top of the other student and it was an accident, if he was afforded the opportunity to get up without being hit, then I think it should have been immediately. However, the other student slapped him and pulled his hair. And so when you realize you're under attack or someone has hit you, then I think it's reasonable to say that you hit back. But if the other student had not proceeded to strike him in any form, then I think that it's reasonable to expect the other student to get up almost, instantly when they're able to regain their balance. But again, the attack happened.
What caused Corey to disengage when he did?
I believe someone separated the students. He told me that someone, pulled them up. I can't see from the video. I'm not sure.
And Mr. Gunnels, is that your understanding as well, that somebody ended the dispute Corey did not end it on his own.
That is correct. A fourth student separated the two and had to physically restrain Corey from going back to re-engage with the other student.
Thank you. Board, are there any additional questions at this time? Is there a video of Corey being pulled off? Or was that the portion, Ms. Maddox, I think you said you couldn't see because of the students? Mr. Gunnels, do you know if the video shows that?
It is in the video that we watched, but it's very difficult to see. There's one portion that you can see him being drugged back.
And then what is Corey's general disciplinary history, Mr. Gunnels?
He's had no serious misbehavior. There have been some minor incidents, but nothing of this level.
Ms. Maddox, would you agree?
I agree.
Board, are there any other questions for consideration at this time? Okay. Hearing none, this concludes this proceeding. The board will now adjourn to executive session under sections 551.071, 551.0821 to consult with legal counsel under the agenda item 8, and then the board will reconvene into open session to take action if appropriate. Parties are more than welcome to stay around. Hopefully the deliberation is quick, but we never know. So thank you. Yes, can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I'll second.
I want to commend you on your professionalism and the way you presented it. From every aspect, I've heard that you've done an amazing job, so I really appreciate the respect that you've given everybody. With that being said, does anybody have discussions or motions?
I'll make a motion, and then we can have a discussion. So I'll make a motion. I move that the board deny the grievance and uphold the decision issued by the administration at level 2.
Got a motion from Ms. Sharp?
I'll second that motion.
Second from Mr. Kelly. Discussion?
From a discussion perspective, I too want to commend Ms. Maddox for coming in, bringing this to our attention, talking through it, walking us through the process of what she saw. I wanted to kind of go through what the asks were that you had, Ms. Maddox. Based off of my understanding, we did grant the review. We did go through that process. We wanted to look at what constituted self-defense. That was part of the ask. Another part of the ask was that you wanted to go through the evidence standards for discipline and appeals. We have adopted a policy, and we can't actually amend records or consider that. So that's, in essence, why I wanted to make it a point to talk through that so that you were aware, not just that we're saying no, but that you kind of knew what was going on. And then we also looked at what constituted assault causing bodily injury. We did review all of this, and all of that was taken into consideration. So when we looked at whether or not we violated a board policy, we did not see that a board policy was actually violated. Hence the reason that we put this out here as something that we wanted to discuss. Is there something that I'm missing from the rest of the board in regards to this?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No, I think you explained it well.
I think you explained it all.
Just one more thing I do want to add. I think we did come to an agreement that we will be more mindful of consistency.
Yes.
In the future.
And we are going to continue those conversations for consistency in our disciplinary practices as we move forward.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We will now move on to item 9, consider and take action on any matters addressed in, we already did that. We'll move on to item 10, order of elections and Board of Trustees on November 3rd, 2026.
Okay, so we need to call an election for Board of Trustees for November 3rd, 2026. In your packet, I've given you the dates. First day to file for the election is July 18th. That's actually just passed. The deadline to file is August 17th. Early voting begins on October 19th. Early voting ends on October 30th, and election day is November 3rd. Sorry, there in my recommendation, I did have a typo in my copy over, so we are recommending that we approve the general order for an election for PISD Board of Trustees, November 3rd, 2006 election.
I'll make a recommendation to approve the general order of election for PISD Board of Trustees for November 3rd, 2026.
Got a motion from Mr. Kelly,
I'll second it.
I'll second.
second from Ms. Ledesma. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 11, preliminary 2026-2027 budget. Before we start, anybody who is here, if you're free to go if you'd like, you're free to stay if you want to watch some of this as well. So.
We good to go?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Can't believe you let them go on the most exciting part. All right, good evening, Board of Trustees. So we have the proposed 26-27 budget. We are in the same place we kind of left off in June. There is a little bit of revenue adjustment based on some daycare tuition, and I'll get into that here in a second. And in this presentation, like some previous communication, I will go through what all of our funds look like. But remember, we do, by rule, require that the board approve funds 199, 240, 599, and 688. Okay, so that's where the required board approval is. But then in our special revenue funds and our federal funds and some of our other state funds, those do not require board approval, but I want to show you where our budget is holistically when you include all of those funds as well. So we'll talk about that as we get through the presentation. We still are living on our same revenue assumptions that we had in June. So still looking at an ADA of $11,695. That's about somewhere 93-ish% ADA. That's kind of where we were living for 25-26 once summer PEMS got all done. That is a conservative projection. We have been as high as 94.6%, trying to stay a little conservative in our revenue projections. But that is an increase from last year's ADA. Current enrollment, when we ended the year, 11,741. We are projecting enrollment of 12,712 students. That's based on our demographer report that we received and the numbers that Ms. Boitman has gotten for me. So that's our projected enrollment. And then if you look over at our preliminary property values, so when Jeff presented earlier about bonds, normally 7/25 is our date for preliminary values, but with that falling, I believe, on a weekend this year, which should be Saturday, it will be Monday before we get our certified values. So we're still running our revenue projections off of the preliminary values, okay, which is right around $5.5 billion. Our last raw weekly total, I have to say that slowly or it turns into whole mumbo jumbo, but our last raw weekly total had us a little over $5.7 billion in preliminary values. I am crossing my fingers and I am hoping we stay closer to 5.7 instead of the 5.5, but I do not want to make any adjustments yet until we see that, okay? I want that to be final on the 27th before I take us any further down that road. Tax rate, based on our MCR rate, our compressed rate is a little over 56 cents for the M&O side. Remember, we only compress the M&O side. The 70 cents 11 that you're seeing right there is because of our golden and copper pennies that our voters have approved. Okay, so that's our extra 13 pennies. And so that's where we get the full tax rate of $1.20. Please remember, M&O is our day-to-day operations. That's how we pay staff. That's how we turn the lights on. That's how we manage and run the district day-to-day. Our INS rate, okay, M&O stands for maintenance and operations. INS stands for interest and sinking. That's how we build buildings. That's our capacity to sell bonds to then get funds to build buildings. Okay, we cannot go any higher than 50 cents in our INS rate. So we're there. We passed the 50 cents test to sell, and we're remaining at our 50 cents. So we're looking at $1.2011 for our total tax rate based on our MCR. And that is the tax rate that in the next agenda item that I'm asking for you to vote on so that I can then get with the appraisal district tomorrow and begin to run all of our other data that they need for our public meeting and our budget adoption and tax rate adoption for August, okay? New instructional facilities allotment there, you can see we're just over $1 million with opening Carroll and Bunchbach next year, so all of their enrollment counts, and then any growth at Perkins, since it's on year 2, will also count there. Capital projects, Bunchbach and Carroll, I'm gonna call them finished. They're on the ground, people are starting, things are starting to happen. And then we still have Abbott and Tally under construction. We're in the planning process for Anthony High School. Land purchases are always on the table, if at all possible. And then we do have our bond sale pending of, we are crossing our fingers for that 70 million. So let's talk about 199. Remember, this is one of the required funds for board approval that I have to have. And so looking at all the data, running the summary of finance revenue template, which I included in your packet, taking into account interest. So when you look over there at 5710, so in our local funds and our property taxes, we're looking at about 38 million in collections. I take out some delinquency. I also run that at 98% collection rate, okay? There are years we hit 100%. There have been years we've hit more than 100%. But I run around 98% just for some conservative. It's a mechanism that we use to help us be conservative. And then you can look at your CAPE payments, tuition and fees, other local revenues. Gets us right around $40 million from local funds, local revenue.
Ms. Bell?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
So if that revised number comes up to the let's see, what was it?
5.7 billion.
5.7 billion, that would come out to 1.4 million in extra revenue based upon my calculation for the M&O side?
I think you're right around that number. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you would do 98% of that, so it's gonna offset, which I'm gonna talk to you about in a bit, the deficit budget that I'm concerned about, so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yes, if that 5.7 comes out, then remember there is more tax collection that happens there as well. So you are right. So if your preliminary values go up, then I'm running the $1.20 on more value. So then yes, we would come up. Yeah.
Yeah, the number I did was the 70-cent number in order.
Yes, correct. That is true.
Because that was the one that was.
Yes, that's the M&O side. Yes, sir. That's your general fund. You're right. Then you go into your state payments. And so right there, we're looking at about 113.3 million from the state that we would receive based on tier 1 and tier 2 payments. And then federal dollars, this is where we're looking at revenue from TEA, we're looking at impact aid, we're looking at other pieces that come in into our general fund. And so we're looking at a total of about $153.8 million in revenue for our general fund next year. And then when you go to expenditures, so I'm staying in Fund 199, staying in the general fund. Our expenditures total right now without either transfer is at 155.2 million. So that's either transfer, the transfer from M&O to INS, the 1.8 that Jeff talked about in his presentation, and I talked about in June, and then the daycare transfer, which is, sorry, let me grab that number real quick. The daycare transfer it dropped about $100,000 from last month. We're gonna need $236,551 for daycare transfer. We have had more kids enroll, so we're bringing in more tuition revenue from the daycare, so our transfer will be smaller. But remember, that's just full benefit to our staff that we offer. Again, we're staying within that where you're looking at function 11 being 60% or more of your budget. We're right at the 63 mark there. That's our main function as a district, is to educate, is to instruct. So that will always and should always be our biggest function that the board commits money to, or we commit money to. And then you're looking at plant maintenance operation being the next 10%. That's just maintaining all those buildings that instruction happens in.
That function 11, where do you like to stay within, like, what percentage?
Somewhere between 60 and 65 is my ideal number. I've never seen us run anything lower than that. I have seen some districts be in the mid to upper 50s. I've always been taught you're somewhere near 60, between 60 and 65. That's just what I've always been taught.
Yeah, I would think it's hard to be competitive with something that low. But.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Great question. And then staying in general fund, I just broke it up by object code. So specifically, so you can look at payroll, we should be somewhere between 80 and 85% with payroll, and we're right at 81% with our payroll.
Ms. Bell?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Function 13, staff development.
Going back? Yes, sir.
So that had like an 88% increase over the previous year. Why is that?
So that's a great question. Let me pull that page. So we have recoded based on the FASRAG, our instructional coaches. Currently out of what would be fiscal year 26, so school year 25-26, our instructional coaching staff has been coded out of function 21, which is instructional leadership. Your instructional coaches are your boots on the ground that do staff development, that are coaching your staff, that are providing their training, that are ensuring their curriculum is written. They should really be living in function 11, and they've been living in function 21.
You can see the same kind of reduction as what you increase in the.
Yeah, I see a approximately $2 million difference from 25-26 to 26-27. Okay.
So it's a shifting, it's a literal shifting of where some folks have been coded. Okay. Sorry, so payroll right there at the 81%. And then looking at your contracted services being your next biggest part. Remember, contracted services are services that our staff, whether they can't provide or we don't have the staff to provide it, we do have to hire out some services to help us make sure that everything gets done. So those are kind of your two biggest pots that you will see when you break them up by object code. So at a projected revenue of $153.8 million and projected expenses before transfers of $155.2 million, we are running approximately a $1.5 million deficit. But then when you include in the transfer that we need for debt service, and then we need for daycare services, we're at more of a $3.5 million deficit, which is around the same number. It's a little less than last month because of that daycare revenue that we had, but it's still that same 3.5 that we are recommending. That's approximately about 2% of what our budget is, would be our deficit. We also transferred more surplus last year. I projecting more surplus to be transferred this year that would then offset that deficit without us having to really dip into fund balance to affect our fund balance in any way beyond the 3 months operating. So I fully expect us to be able to, one, not actually run the deficit, because this is worst case scenario, and two, if we do, we have more surplus over last year and this year that will offset that will not eat into our 3 months operating that we need in fund balance.
Maybe you're going to address this in a moment, and I appreciate you explaining it that way, what you just explained. The cost per hour per student, I see it at $888 last year and $956 this year. There's another spot I think in this presentation that it goes from 1174 to 1206.
Yes, so this is just general fund, and when I get there in a second, it's going to be all of our funds combined.
Okay.
So it's all revenues, all expenditures in every fund.
Okay, and can you tell me how many hours do you use to that? So we could actually say, okay, that's 285 hours, whatever the number is. Do we have a number?
Yes, sir. I apologize. It is hidden in my Excel sheet. I will unhide it and I will send you an email tomorrow.
Thank you.
I apologize. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. So that would be general fund. So now we're in Fund 599. This is our debt service. So this is where we make our bond payments. Okay, so I want to make sure everybody understands this isn't the money that I take and pay POG or whoever's building our schools. This is how we actually pay the debt from selling. So I want to make sure this is where our INS, so that 50 cents, this is where we raise money for this fund, is out of the INS. So right now, we're looking at local tax collection, local interest of about $27.7 million. We are looking at our hold harmless. You heard Jeff talk about how we're not being held harmless on any more issuances from the last legislation. We still have some previous legislations, but we're looking at about a $6.3 million hold harmless payment from the state. Just so to put that in perspective for you, when we did the $140 million last year, this time last year, and they held that harmless, We were just south of $8 million in our hold harmless. We're just north of $6 million. So we're talking about almost a $2 million swing without the hold harmless, okay? So that's a big swing for us, but that's okay. We'll get it figured out. And then in the other revenues, talking about premiums, discounts, and then looking at the fund balance transfer from Gen Op, or looking at, it's not really fund balance, it's a Gen Op transfer of that 1.8. We're talking about $35.8 million in revenue for debt service. And then you can look at our outstanding debt currently. The one thing, the revenue must be bigger than the expenditures, or we do not have the capacity to sell. So I, right now, don't know what our bond series, our bond 26 series, I don't know what that payment's gonna look like, but we're gonna use the capacity. So if you took that 35.8 minus the 32.7, that's our capacity to sell. Okay, and so we want that. If we don't have that, we can't sell. And if you notice, we are in 26 paying off 1, 2, 3, 4 of our bond series. I believe the refunding is most of that. So the refunding that we did this year that you guys approved was very helpful to us to get some debt off of our books. 688, this is our capital, or local capital projects fund. If you remember, we did do a transfer. So local capital projects, it doesn't have revenue other than interest from the cash sitting in the bank. This is where around January, when the auditor's done, I'm gonna make a recommendation from our surplus of what to transfer over here. That's our revenue, even though it's really not revenue, we're gonna call it that. So you can see about $505,000 in interest. Interest rates have dropped on us this year, kind of throughout the year. So we are seeing a little less revenue from interest in 688. And then we are projecting about $5 million already between AC units that are needed. Remember, we are now doing all furniture, all tech, everything for big startup for new schools out of 688 to save bond capacity. So Abbott and Tally will come out of there. And then we need portables at LHS. And so those will also come out of 688. That's what I know about right now out of 688. And so that's what's budgeted. So it looks like 688 runs a deficit, but it doesn't because the cash in the bank offsets this. Food service, which is Fund 240. So this is our federal food money that we get. And I have to say, Amber Evans does an amazing job. She's our child nutrition director. She does an amazing job predicting her revenues, her expenditures, working with me on this. Without her, I'd be a little lost without, she does a great job here. So right now, we're looking about 7.5 million. We are anticipating some fund balance, having to use some of her fund balance up. We also plan for that this year, and we're not, right now, it does not look like we're gonna have to use any of her fund balance. So more kids are eating, we're bringing in more revenue. Her CACFP program is actually running itself, maintaining itself. That's our after-school feeding that we're doing for kiddos. Like we're serving some dinner, some snacks. And so it is actually running itself, which is what it's supposed to do. But for this year, we're looking at a total of $7.6 million approximately. And then our goal is to, as much as possible, run a balanced budget there. So we have budgeted balance, or balanced budget. And then 242 is our summer nutrition, and it is also a balanced budget based on her projections. This is the one, I believe, Dwayne, you asked me the per student cost here. This is because this is every fund. So this is 199-211, which is Title I Part A, Title I Part C, or 212. You've got 255. Anything that's a federal, anything that's a state revenue. Any revenue we're taking in, we're looking at about $203 million of revenue coming in from multiple sources. When you take everything, including 688, 599, you put it all together, we have $205.9 million in expenses. But remember, 688 doesn't have a revenue stream. It's cash in a bank, so it's always gonna make us look a little unbalanced. But we are talking about holistically about a $4.9 million deficit across the board between the 199 deficit, some surpluses we have right now in some of our federal funds, and then what looks like a deficit in 688 but is not because we have the cash in the bank for 688. And that is in your board packet, in your financial statements. You can see how much cash is sitting in 688. So the proposed tax rate that we are recommending tonight is $1.2011. So 70 cents 11 on the M&O side and 50 cents on the INS side. That is the proposed tax rate for Princeton ISD based off the MCR calculation. Again, just some of our budget summaries. I've restated ADA at $11,695, our enrollment at $12,712, and then our taxable value still at $5.5 billion. Crossing our fingers, it's higher than that come Monday. And then certified values should be July 27th, and then our bond sale in August is coming. Remember, we added 90+ teaching units and additional support staff were added. We had salary increases across the board. We're opening 2 new campuses and planning startup for 2 new campuses. And then the proposed tax rate at $1.2011, which is a very slight decrease, but is a slight decrease overall. And I believe that is the last slide I have.
That tax rate that we have compared to what it was last year is actually a little bit lower than what it was.
0.6 of a penny.
Thought so. Thank you.
Any questions or concerns? None. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We will, yeah, we'll move on to item number 12, proposed tax rate for 2026-2027.
As Ms. Powell stated, we just need approval for that proposed tax rate. We will be working through everything else as we get the rest of the values in, and the actual tax rate will be adopted in August, but we have to adopt a proposed tax rate this month so that we can publicize that. And so we're recommending the 70.11 on the M&O and 50 cents on the INS for a total of $1.2011.
I'll make that motion to approve the proposed tax rate as presented, which is a little lower.
I'll second.
Motion for Ms. Sharp, second for Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 13, district handbooks.
So in your packet, you've had to review all those handbooks, student, employee, extracurricular, athletics, fine arts, and DAP. Not a lot of changes. We tried to track those for you this year. Most of the changes were just cleanup stuff here and there. There was no legislative session, so no real laws to make any huge changes.
I'd like to just make a recommendation for you, Mr. Mack. And I know we talked about this, but I just want it out in the open so we have it on record. It's really difficult to review that information when they're all using a different style, highlighted or a, red line through changes, blue are the changes. And if it's consistent across all of them, whatever you decide on, it would be way helpful and a lot less work for me to go through pages and pages of stuff. And I saw the highlight, but it's just tough. So I would request that.
It has already been requested.
Right. Discussion, any recommendations?
I did have something I wanted to just bring up to all of us, and I just want to know what your thinking is. I know I talked to you about it, Mac, but we didn't have it in front of us then. But if you guys go to student handbook, page 10, maybe y'all could just get there first. I can start reading it. But it's the section about corporal punishment. Prohibiting the use of corporal punishment, spanking or paddling a student may be used as a discipline management technique in accordance with the student code of conduct and district policy. However, in accordance with law, the district may not administer corporal punishment if a student's parent submits a signed written statement prohibiting its use. A parent who does not want corporal punishment administered to their child must submit a written statement to the campus principal stating the decision. I think that part doesn't sit well with me. It seems under this, the way it's written, it's that every child that's registered automatically is opted in to the corporal punishment, and in order for a parent to opt out, then they must sign. To me, it would make more sense for students to not be automatically opted in and a parent to opt in to the corporal punishment.
What I can tell you is, while that is the way the law reads and we've read it that way, our practice and our procedure is we do not use corporal punishment on any students unless we have explicit written permission from the parents on the specific incident in detail. We don't even accept a blanket statement from a parent saying, yes, you can paddle my child all year long. Every single act that requires that requires a written permission from the parent for the situation in question.
Yeah, which I agree with that. I like that we do that. I think my issue is that it does not read like that. And if, let's say, we just hire someone at some point and they end up doing the corporal punishment and they did not have it written, well, according to this, they would have the green light to do it unless the parent opts out. So that's my concern.
I think it's a good idea that kids could get paddled if needed be. I understand our policy is much more restricted than that by how we actually implement it, but if a kid needs a couple licks, then they need it. And I'm in full support of that. Even though we don't do it, I think.
And let me be clear, this is also something that we do not require any principal to do. If a principal is not comfortable, then this is not an option on their campus. So it requires AP principal being willing to participate, and it requires written notice from the parents. And we cover this explicitly with all of our APs and principal in our academies. Any principal or AP in the room not heard that discussion very clearly at the beginning of your first year?
Have we ever had any issues with this?
No, we have not.
I think that's what I want to avoid, is just because we haven't had that issue doesn't mean it may not happen. And I understand that this is a local policy. So if we want to keep it, it's not my favorite policy, but it should be where parents are signing. I mean, this handbook is 137 pages long. And I know parents are responsible to read every single page, but once they sign that, they're opting in their child into this.
All right. Any more discussions?
I mean, if it could be changed, instead of parents being automatically opted in, that the parent should actually send a paper to school saying, I opt my child in to this system.
All right. So we can make motion, maybe you want to make a motion to that point. Anybody? We can.
So what you're saying, if I'm understanding you right, you want parents to opt in, not to have to opt out. So the burden would be on the school district to make sure they have an opt-in before they discipline with corporal punishment.
Correct.
And would that be included in a packet that they get, that they would sign off on, or?
I think it would be the same as what they get when they get the handbook.
So
Because they get the handbook, right? And so, Ms. Ledesma, I mean, you speak to this, you're asking for it to be edited.
Right, it's not an additional piece of paper. The parents are already expected to sign this when they register their child. It's digital form. What this is saying is that a parent who does not want the corporal punishment administered to their child must submit a written statement to the campus principal stating this decision. All I need that to say is a parent who wishes for their child to have corporal punishment will submit a statement saying that they do want their child to have that. So it shouldn't be a large burden on anyone, nor are we asking for an extra permission slip. It's just the wording here. This is a blanket statement that if my children are registered here, then the administrators have permission. I hear Mr. McIntyre, he is saying that they talk about it at the beginning of the year, but here, if that happens, this is saying that it's okay for an administrator to do that without
get it.
having me turn in my piece of paper. So if that happens to my kid and I find out later, well, according to this, he's covered or she's covered.
You want the onus on the school rather than,
Yeah, so what I don't,
if you want to make a motion, you may.
But would we need to amend the local policy as well before making this change to this, if that's what the board decides? Mac?
I'm pulling FO local right now.
I would say, keep in mind, we've already got something in place for this that still restricts, that is restrictive in that aspect. We're just going to further hinder the school. I mean,
we're not further hindering anyone.
I just don't want to put more liability,
Did we just
legal
add
liability.
this? Did we just add that sentence?
No, ma'am, it's been that way for,
So why is it highlighted in yellow?
Just updated it to the way the legal.
Thank you, sir.
The handbook comes to us from TASB in draft form with different options to select based on what our local policy says. So that's the option that's selected based on what our FO local says. No, this has been consistently in the handbook since I've been a part of reviewing it.
I'm still trying to follow why it was called out now.
I just noticed it now, so.
I think,
read through it and-
yeah, I'm gonna guess maybe it helps the legal aspect for the school if something like this were to happen, but
so the FO local, our board policy FO local that has been adopted by the board says corporal punishment may not be used as a discipline may be used as a discipline management technique in accordance with this policy and the student code of conduct. Corporal punishment shall not be administered to any students whose parent has submitted to the principal a signed statement for the current school year prohibiting the use of corporal punishment on his or her child. The parent may reinstate permission to use corporal punishment at any time during the school year by submitting a signed statement to the principal. And then there's some more guidelines below that, but in regards to what's stated in the handbook, it's made to go right along with what the adopted board policy is.
But if a parent has not opted their child out of it, if an AP decides that this child needs to be paddled, they're not just going to go and do that, right, without notifying the parent first? And then the parent
And
at
getting
that time,
permission in writing from the parent saying it's okay.
that it's okay. Okay.
That's not how the policy reads, though. So I get what we're saying.
Again, remember the layers that exist. There's law, and then we can have local policy that's even more restrictive, and then we can have administrative guidelines that's even more restrictive than the policy. I can't go against the policy, but I can be more restrictive, and which is what we do. So our actual practice and our protocol that's in place is you do not paddle a student unless you have written permission that the parents have agreed for that specific incident that is the appropriate discipline. So if they don't even agree that the incident occurred, we're definitely not paddling because we're still trying to get to the bottom of the incident. So it is incident specific and in writing before we paddle any student. And mind you, the number of students paddled in Princeton ISD over the last school year was probably less than 10.
That's what I was about to ask. Is this insignificant because we don't use that policy?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It is used very sparingly and usually at the request of the parent, not at the request of an administrator.
In 7 years as an administrator, I paddled one student at the request of his mother.
Why can't, so that's my point. So if that's, it's minimal, let it be minimal, but it should stay here at the request of the parent in written form or in written statement instead of just.
We would need to revamp. We can't change it in the handbook without going back and changing board policy because the handbook can't contradict board policy, which board policy has already been adopted and is not on the agenda for tonight. So if that's a choice we would want to make, we would need to bring policy board policy FO back for the agenda to adopt and then adjust the handbook to fit the new policy.
So can we table the student handbook and then do?
I would highly recommend we do not. We need to get that in place before the first day of school, and we will not have another board meeting prior to that, but we can amend the handbook after school starts.
Do we have a special session scheduled or will be scheduled anytime soon so we can do that before? I thought we were.
I would
supposed to
say,
have
let's,
evaluation. So can we do all of that in that one evening so we can tackle that?
Well,
before the
there might not be support for what you're asking for.
I was going to say, I'm leery about solving a problem that isn't there. But so if we want to go ahead and make motions, or if,
It gets there, and then
Okay.
what will we do then? I mean, guys.
all right, so I will entertain a motion if,
Well, I would like to table it, but that's only if we can, I guess I make a motion to edit this at a later time, or what kind of motion do I?
whatever you want to make a motion for.
I make a motion to table the student handbook until we can review the local policy to match.
I got a motion from Ms. Ledesma. Do I have a second? Without a second, the motion will die. Entertain any other motions?
I can make a motion to approve as presented, or approved as, approved as presented, because we didn't amend anything.
Correct. Got a motion from Mr. Kelly. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second from Ms. Darlin. All those in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3. Did you raise your hand? All those opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Move on to item number 14, discuss and consider RFQ 26.001, hiring an independent auditor.
So we issued an RFQ and put out a request for individuals to apply to be our auditor moving forward. We had 5 groups submit proposals. The business team evaluated those proposals. They picked the top 3 of the 5 that we brought back for interviews. And then after the interviews, we have chosen and we recommend moving forward with hiring LaPointe and Associates as the new district auditor.
Why were we doing this? I didn't remember this being an item, so why are we changing?
The group we were previously with was undergoing some changes, and several of the individuals we worked with were no longer going to be part of that organization anymore. So that's what prompted us to just go back out to see what other options were available. And LaPointe and Associates, actually the lead person there is somebody who we've worked with in the past that actually conducted our audit last year with the other group. So we know them. They've done a great job, lots of experience.
They're pricing about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion to hire LaPointe and Associates.
Got a motion from Mr. Kelly,
I'll second.
second from Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 15, discuss and consider RFQ 26.003, hiring a board attorney.
So we sent out the RFQ that we did for a board attorney. We had 6 firms who applied. Each of you ranked those, and then based on the ranking you gave them, so if you ranked them 1, they received 1 point. If you ranked them 6, they received 6 points. So lowest scores down. So there is your overall ranking of the 6 firms that applied. If we're following similar protocol as what we've done in the past now, we would look at bringing back in the top 3 or 4 for actual interviews with the board, and then at that time, the board could make a selection of someone if that's what they chose to do. So
just need some direction on how many do you want to interview. Typically, interviews of these sorts would last somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes with them coming in to give a presentation and then a period of time for questions and follow-up from the board. We would also just need to find a date, which we can do through email after we know how many we would like to do and what timetable you would like to get those in for.
You need a motion, or you need just a
I just need
direction?
some direction so that I can make sure I know how many do you want me to reach out to and set up the interview, and then how quickly are you wanting to get those interviews scheduled?
Can we do the 4 and as soon as possible? I would like to get this scheduled like within the next 2 weeks, or at least prior to us having the next board meeting, so that we can focus on what else needs to be on the next board agenda, especially if we plan to move forward with them.
Okay, so then I would just need, what I'm hearing is the top 4. Does anybody have an objection to interviewing the top 4? That will set out about 4 hours of time to accomplish that.
What kind of support did you get from all the board members on this, as far as, did everybody participate?
I did get responses back from all board members, yes.
Okay. When something like this, do we go by 3 or 4, or does it make a difference? Yeah.
I think that's just, either way could be fine. You know, we either, just decide by how much time you want to spend or how much there's the desire to see somebody. I do think, you've kind of got the top 4 are somewhat close to each other. You got a 2-point spread between 1 and 2, a 1 between 2 and 3, a 3 to the next one. So you got a 3 jump and a 4 jump. So I think either one is a logical decision.
I think probably 4 is sufficient.
I would just think the time-wise.
We're going to have an executive session to discuss.
I think it would be a special meeting. Like it would probably have.
Yeah, no, this would definitely have to be a special meeting because, you're going to spend at least 4 hours with the 4 interviews, plus you're going to need time to deliberate after. So you're a 5-hour meeting to accomplish 4 interviews.
That's
minimum.
30 minutes? Okay.
No, about an hour. I think 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Plus the 10 minutes we need for pee breaks in between.
Not wrong. We're gonna have to wear different suits. All right.
Okay, so I think we're landed on 4.
Okay, we'll go for
So
Anybody against
I need every board member, please, to send me your availability over the next 2 weeks for when your interviews would want to be. They would have to be in the evening. So.
2 weeks.
I'm sorry?
All right, well, we can get you that availability on email. All right, we'll move on. Item number 16, board member training and travel reimbursement.
I shared the information in your packet of our current practices. I know a couple of board members had requested to re-examine this.
I did want to put this as an agenda item, mainly pursuant to us having the training that we had in June when we went down to San Antonio for the SLI training. So as we went there, there's never been discussion, and if I'm wrong, you guys tell me if you guys have had that discussion. But when I looked at our board operating procedure, there's nothing in there that discusses what our travel, training, or any of that is as far as reimbursement or like for gas, for your mileage, for food, per diems. None of that has been in there. So while you did share the protocol or what you may do with staff, that's never been something that has been discussed, or at least it was brought to my attention, of what we would do for board members that are going. So I wanted to have a discussion about it because I do think it is something that we should be reimbursed for if we're driving mileage. And I wanted to see what everyone else thought in regards to reimbursement of the board for our mileage, for food, et cetera, as we're going down doing training. That's part of it, but it's like the training part is the second part of it.
I think what we do for staff should be sufficient for board.
I don't agree with that.
What part don't you? What do you
Because
think needs to
you're
change?
saying what you do for staff should be sufficient for the board. So what Mr. McIntyre explained was that for staff, they are told that they have to all travel together in the same vehicle if there's a school vehicle that's available. And that they are, like if they do drive their own vehicles, they are reimbursed up to a certain amount. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head. And then they are, I think the difference for me between the board and staff gets paid, you know, I'm just saying, they got paid. So not only they getting paid for going, right? Because y'all, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm saying this incorrectly, but y'all still get paid if y'all go to the training for your regular job. Yes, any his, none, oh, you don't get paid your regular job.
If it's
you
during
go-
the time, not
if it's
if it's
during-
during the summer. If they're
Okay.
attending something that's not outside their time, they would not.
Okay, but it would be your standard pay, right, that you receive. And you would also receive mileage in the instance that you had to drive your own vehicle and a school vehicle was not available, right?
Correct. If a school vehicle was not available, then they could get approval to drive their own car and get mileage. But if a school vehicle is available, or if a school vehicle is already traveling that direction, staff is required to ride together, or if they take their own car, it's at their own expense.
Okay, so that may be the case of what you've done with staff, but that has never been something that has been adopted by this board, to my knowledge, or even discussed with this board.
It was board adopted and board discussed in the past,
When?
not with,
I said by this board.
So I
When?
guess to Ms. Starla's point, we'll have those discussions and maybe do we need to make board policy for that if we need to?
Absolutely.
I think it could be done in your board procedures manual, yes.
Okay, so we can look at doing that. I still believe I get that they do get paid, and I understand, like, for our training, I did have to take time off. I understand that. I decided to ride with a school vehicle, but I signed up for that. Like, I decided to do that, so I just feel, I don't think that I understand that, and I kind of struggled with it a little bit, whether to say we need to do something different. But we got to be good stewards of our taxpayers' money, and I think sometimes.
That is being good stewards of our money. We're gaining knowledge to make this district even better than what it already is.
Yeah.
I agree with Starla. You know, we are volunteers. We did sign up for this. And we have responsibilities as trustees, and that is to stay knowledgeable and try to learn as much as we can. And I understand the staff, you know, they have certain policies, and I would like to definitely add it to our board manual. But I do think that trustees should minimally just minimally really is the mileage. And if a trustee decides to drive their own car, you know, they may have personal reasons to do that, and I don't think I need to say all that out loud as to why. But I think that is being great stewards of our money, knowledge, and coming back to share more ideas. And I'm hesitant to say those words when we're discussing trainings and being good stewards of our money. I think we're very mindful of that in everything that we approve and everything that we do financially.
I don't disagree with the per diem for food. That's the same as the employees, if we had to go that route. For the mileage, paying for the mileage, I'll be honest, I'm a little, I can go either way on it. I can see both sides of the argument. I do choose to, you know, drive a school vehicle to any sort of training that I go to, as long as, you know, I'm in town and I'm not working out of town and I'm going to a training. But I feel comfortable doing that. I don't know how anybody else feels. I feel comfortable doing that. I like to drive, and if anyone else wants to drive with me, they can. But so for me, I'm indifferent on either way, and I'll go either way. I do feel that for the food per diem, yes. And then for member training, yeah, I took time off of my job. I am self-employed. If I don't go to work, I don't get paid. I don't have vacation hours to take. I don't have PTO. So for me and yes, I did sign up for this, but I also don't have this same level of experience in education that employees do. So in order for me to sit up here and do my job that I was elected to do, I have to go and learn. And some of these trainings, they do cost money. Some of the trainings are, outside of Dallas and they're not local, and we do go to conferences and there are hotel stays, which would be more training than what an employee is allotted, which I believe is once a year they go to a conference, and anything outside of that, then they're responsible for, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that the current policy, though?
Yes, for employees.
For employees, they're only allowed to go to one conference a year?
One overnight
One
conference.
overnight, I believe,
A year.
if I'm not mistaken.
Is that
That is correct.
And that doesn't even cover all of it, what we need to do with TASB, with our training for TASB, and then our legislative priorities for TASB. I think that's too limited. We need to be involved in our education here.
Yeah,
We need to have training, we need to be involved. We cannot limit what we do as training.
And I don't want to get anything twisted here. Nobody is saying that y'all need to go to less training. There is plenty of options for training that are at Region 10, that are at Commerce, that are online. There's plenty of options for that. We are just trying to say, in an effort to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar, we don't travel to multiple overnight trips a year. That is the thing that we do. You pick the thing that's going to have the biggest impact on what you're doing this year, and you invest in one of those. All of your requirements for TASB training or for school board training can be had in a multitude of modalities that don't require spending $500 in mileage and hotel rooms for multiple nights.
I understand, but I think those two things, the training for TASB and the legislative priorities, are absolutely.
And I also believe there's a different, when the board decides there's something that we believe is important enough that we take board action to send somebody to. So I do think when we talk the delegate assembly and those things, that's something outside where we've said as a board, we find value in sending somebody to the delegate assembly, and that's different than training. That's involvement, that's, doing things, and that takes board action to send somebody to those things. We don't just randomly, everybody who wants to go goes. The board nominates 2 individuals to go represent the board at those types of events. And I personally see that differently than the training.
But that's how it's written in our board operating procedures. So I just want to be clear with what my ask is, because one of the things that I'm looking at, just setting San Antonio aside, we haven't been, or at least I haven't, I won't speak on behalf of the rest of the board, but at no point have I been advised that here's our travel policy, Starla. Here's what we need to know about whenever you go, on behalf of the school to do training. I did see in our board operating procedures the types of trainings that are allowed for us to go to, but there was nothing that talked about the reimbursement or anything to that nature. I didn't see that in there. And I could be wrong, and if y'all can see it, point it out to me. But I guarantee you're not gonna find it.
I like reading our policy. It's my hobby. I love reading it on my free time. It's not there. So I think moving forward, I think we definitely, when we get our board attorney and revamp the board procedures, we definitely need to add parameters to this. But I think since this is in the past and this was not written anywhere, it's unfair to not do a reimbursement, considering it was also San Antonio, it was really far.
Work was down the street.
And
we could have gone
And
to
there
that.
were other options too. I understand why we went with San Antonio. I'm just saying there were, you know, if it's the.
And the policy or the procedure,
Part, then there was definitely other options.
and the procedure is in writing and is in the transportation form. Unfortunately for the board members, for this situation, Amy, Ivy, and I fill out those forms for you, so you have not seen those. But when staff fill out travel forms, they've seen those and they go, I understand. Yeah, I was under the impression that in the discussion, because I know when I've been asked, I've always been very consistent in the answer to how travel was done for board members. And I was under the impression that that same answer was coming from every person that the board members had talked to. So, you know, I can live with this either way, but I do think, I don't disagree that we need to put something in writing, because I think there needs to be safeguards in place to make sure that not just the current board, but no future board abuses and wastes school district money to get multiple overnight trips that are not necessary.
Agreed. I'm not disputing that. It absolutely needs to be put in writing. But in regards to this one at hand for that, because we still have to talk through that
What's that? What the?
for our San Antonio trip.
Okay, what's the issue? Go ahead.
So in regards to the San Antonio trip, what are we going to do?
What is your ask for San Antonio?
The ask is that we be reimbursed mileage and food. Whatever the per diem is, I'm not arguing the amounts of what it is for staff. I'm fine with that, but that we be reimbursed for this San Antonio trip that we just took, since there was nothing in place and that had not been discussed prior to now.
Okay.
To reimburse for
The mileage and for food. Food is already
You've received a per diem check tonight,
correct.
so food has been covered at the same rate.
Yes.
What's the mileage that we're looking at? What's the price?
70 cents? Yeah, 70 cents per mile at 285 miles. I mean, just a rough guess, so roughly $400 per board member.
Oh, I don't,
That
I rode.
drove.
I
That
rode in a
drove.
school vehicle, so it wouldn't be, for those that
For
went,
those
that
that
drove their
actually
vehicle.
drove.
I'm gonna,
So,
I haven't spoke to any of this, unless
Yeah,
you
go
guys
ahead.
will say this. I didn't go to the training, and I only went to one training for SLI since I got on the board, and then I don't know if we just didn't have them, or we handled, I don't know if there was another time where I could have gone, but this was the first year that we had it again, and I think you all know that I don't think much of the SLA training. I mean, some of it's good, but in general, I don't like TASB, so I don't like what their message is. So, you know, going down to San Antonio is a long drive, and, you know, that was a decision that each of us made to go or not to go. You know, I think Region 10 also has training. You know, maybe the board will relook at the cost to go to SLI and say, you know, it's pretty expensive. We should just do training more local. And sending a delegate, I understand that's different, and I'm okay with that. But I signed up for this when I got elected, and I understand that I have costs involved in this, and I just think that that's my responsibility as an elected official. You know, and we don't get paid for the job. It's all volunteer, and I just look at it as just, that's all part of the volunteer.
I think if that was explained up front, then I wouldn't have an argument, right? Because if I was told like, hey, you have to do this, you have to ride here, then I wouldn't have an argument. I wouldn't be arguing. But that has never been discussed or told to us that this would be the case. And we've got a precedence of us doing it before.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Now, I did training when I first got on the board. They said, okay, you got to do this many hours of training, and so I paid for my own training, and not knowing that the district would probably help me with some of that training. But at the time, I didn't know. I just thought that that's part of the job I signed up for. So I paid for my own. Now, even this year, Amy had made sure to let me know that they'll cover some of those costs if I'm doing training online or having to sign up for something because I didn't go to the SLI. But in the past, I paid for it, and that's just, I thought was just part of my
So
responsibility.
you never asked the question?
So.
No, I never asked, and I understand it probably should be disclosed
Yeah.
better so that everybody.
We should have something on our procedurals manual for it. But for whatever we're doing today, we need a motion for that. So if anybody has a motion they'd like to
Okay. So I'll make a motion for us to approve the reimbursement of the travel for our SLI or San Antonio trip in June. For the mileage reimbursement for that.
Okay, I got a motion from Ms. Sharp.
Anything in your motion about moving forward to help us with future direction?
This is just for
Or are we
this.
going to address that at a later time?
Can we address that at a later time? I just want to make sure that we get this one resolved, but I do want to address updating our board procedures to have clearer definitions, but that would be something I'd like to do
But you're
after
okay
we
with
get the board.
waiting until the board attorney? or
Yeah,
what-
that's why I'm hoping that we get the board attorney in the next 2 weeks, so
Thank
that
you
we
for the
can do that.
clarification.
Yes, sir.
I got a motion, Ms. Sharp.
I'll second.
Second from Ms. Ledesma. We know how much that's gonna be, like,
I would need to know who would be, I guess it would only be.
It would be three.
Just
board-
3 of us, Cindy,
Three board
Sonia, and
members.
myself.
If
Yes.
they all wanted it.
Okay.
So $1,200 roughly,
okay.
from my rough estimate.
Yeah, so discussion, for me, since there was like some kind of, like there was not pure knowledge of what it should be, I'm okay with that for this incident, personally, but, I agree with everybody.
So is this just a one-time?
This is just for
Just
the
this
one
one-time
time
decision.
in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
And then we're gonna add
as more discussion for this, I have some reservation because it seems like self-dealing, and I understand where you're coming from, but here were our board voting for money to be paid back on something because we didn't understand it. And I'm not sure that that's appropriate, and so I have reservations that we would vote us to be paid money for, and I'm not gonna be included in that, I already know that. Nor am I asking for that. What I'm saying is that I think that there could be a problem with that ethically, and I don't think we should do this.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Well, I was thinking on this behalf, if this is what because it's gonna have to be a majority of the voters, members, wanting to do this, wanting to get paid for, when we
Reimbursed.
travel, different things, then we have to establish that. So, just like you were talking about earlier about get the lawyer involved in it and see if that's what we plan to do, then that's fine. But I think you already agreed on what Mr. Mack said, that they were gonna pay you for this particular incident.
That's what we're
That's
rolling
what
on
we're
now.
voting
Okay.
on right now.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the question.
Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. All right, do we have to make a motion of continue past 11?
We can postpone 2 of the 3 items that are in executive session, but we do have one timely matter, so I would like to request 20 minutes of the board. If we can go straight in there, I think we could finish up with just a quick discussion that I need to have, that I need direction for tomorrow.
Do we need a motion, or we just agree? Does anybody have a problem with that?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Motion for Mr. Kelly,
I'll second.
second for Ms. Sharp. Those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes, we'll go
Can we just